Hey, everybody! Also, y'all are unmuted too, so hi.
Hey.
Hello.
Hello! I'm here with some wonderful, wonderful beans, and we are going to play something that I've been looking forward to for a long, long time now. It is. Loading, is what it is. That's the name of the game. It's loading. Nope. It's Of the Devil. How's it looking,
She has
guys?
nice tits.
She does, doesn't she? I'm
Yes.
guessing
For
that's
some
our.
re-
I'm
for some
guess
reason, I'm surprised to hear Avis say that.
Avis is pretty horny. Avis does not just like dudes.
Yeah,
Hmm.
I'm pan. Did you not
Avis,
know that? I'm pansexual.
Avis likes skillets and frying pans and. Sorry, I won't make that
Go
joke.
fuck yourself.
I'm not.
I didn't.
And I can make that joke. You're lesbian there. You cannot.
Right, Fia is pansexual. I cannot make that joke.
So, Avis, favorite form of cast iron?
Oh well, you see, actually, I prefer induction. So
You disgust me.
That sounds weird, but not
So
bad.
yeah, this is basically a sci-fi
Nice.
lesbian indie game, which is inspired heavily by games like Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney,
you mean gays attorney?
Gay's Attorney. Phoenix Wright is Gay's Attorney. This is Lesbian Attorney.
Also, Varnus will be joining us at some point. He is just very busy doing household chores, which I sticked upon him.
All right. Well, let's start a new case. We have episode 0, episode 1, and wishlist episode 2. I guess episode 1 is not out yet. You know what?
You mean episode 2?
What says wishlist episode 2. So let's start with episode
Exactly.
0. I feel like that's how numbers work. Oh, the devil.
Numbers? What's that?
Shadow, it's me, the devil, from the Bible. I lead you to new sin.
Hey,
We're
Shadow,
kind of-
so I don't think you're doing this whole sin thing right. Like blowing up the Pentagon, that's like an objectively morally good thing. I'm like
Of
trying
course.
to convince you to do evil, but you're just like going around blowing up the White House. These are morally correct and good things to do, Shadow. What about this whole evil thing are you not getting?
Well, between dodging laser piss droplets and my love of Latinas, which is crippling, I don't have time to think logically.
Shadow's vagina.
There's that too.
That was that running joke we've had with Griff. I think Griff started that when I was streaming the murder of Sonic the Hedgehog.
I still remember
Yeah.
you actually lost your entire damn mind playing that.
Yeah. Oh my god, that was like the first ring jumping segment against Alright, so rain sizzles off neon above me. The summer shower creates a noted uptick in the flickering of holograms across the street, and a slight blunting of the night's ambiance. Emphasis on slight. Lights, cameras, and constant noise. This city's got insomnia, with the uneven heart rate to prove it. There's no escaping the second-hand nervous energy of it all, but I'm pretty acclimated. Oh, so it's Chicago. It's
You should
just...
feel right at home.
I do feel right at home. Just a wave of worries cresting on the surface while I hold my breath deep below. Besides, a microdose of nightlife anxiety suits my mood just fine. Because if I'm not careful, This client of mine is gonna die in jail. Morgan. Criminal attorney.
Why does she sort of look like Athena Sykes?
Athena Sykes?
But punk
From
core?
the Athena Sykes is from Dual Destinies, which is, I believe, the second game in the
Apollo Justice.
Apollo
part of the-
Justice trilogy. Yes,
She
Apollo
does.
Justice trilogy.
Hello, motherfucker.
She does look like punk core gloomy Athena Sykes. Oh, we got a new follow! G-Man! Arlie Darkfire, thank you so much for the follow! G-Man85, welcome to the crime family! Alright. Yeah, she does look like... after looking up Athena Sykes, I see it. I see it. She does look like a punk core Athena Sykes.
Also, oh, I don't think we actually did our introductions, like the people who are here. Oh well.
Oh, that's correct.
I thought I wouldn't follow immediately, but hearing Athena Sykes while having Morgan in front of us just heartwarmed me.
Aww.
Aww. Oh yeah, y'all gotta introduce yourselves. Avis is right.
Okay, I'll go first. Hello, I am your local soul goddess Avis. Lithuanian, cool, I guess, sort of. And we will be having my boyfriend, who is also a streamer, Varnus Raven, joining us at some point. He's just very busy crying as
Yeah,
he is cutting onions.
yeah. I just gave
Rip
Avis a
him.
shout out in the chat. Y'all be sure to follow her.
I mostly stream chill games because games that are very intensive make me swear and lose my mind. So
I mean, yeah. That's part of my... swearing and losing your mind is part of my brand. It's not part of your brand. You're like the cozy,
Yeah.
cutesy, streamer who is totally not a gremlin. Totally not a complete and
A
total gremlin.
Now, boss, don't lie through your teeth on stream.
Okay, you want to go next, LRB?
Sure. Well, like she said, you can call me LRB. Novice YouTube clipper. Voice. Well, I guess you could call me an aspiring voice actor. Mostly, I just say unhinged shit when Mary doesn't.
Yeah, he's my moderator and kind of like my brother. And last...
Oni-chan!
Oni-chan. I don't know, is he older or younger? Does he have older? Because
I'm a little bit younger than you, I think.
I think so, but you do have kind of older brother energy, because you seem more responsible than me. Not that that's hard.
I was gonna say, that is a low bar to clear.
Yeah. All right.
I'm pretty sure Neri's eyebrows go higher than that bar.
Yeah, my eyebrows are just all over my fucking face.
Which is saying something because you're really short. Anyways.
Listen, Miss 6'5", everyone is a munchkin when compared to you. I'm actually slightly above average height for a woman. Actually, I'm way
5'1",
above
so-
average. Sorry, Thea's introducing
5'1".
herself. Last but not
Sorry.
least, it's our resident mech pilot.
Hello, I'm Thea. I'm better than all of you. How are y'all?
She's
Have a
very
nice day.
humble, as you can see. And she also has a Twitch chat. Would you like me to shout out your Twitch as well, Thea?
Sure.
Alright, give me a sec. It's Thea the Mech Pilot.
Yes.
Any
Imagine
caps?
piloting
in
a
it?
mech.
I believe it's
Ew.
capitalized. Let me check. 1 second.
Is that right? I feel like I did that wrong.
Capital T, capital M, capital P.
Okay, case sensitive. Thea
I'll,
the
Capital-
Mech Pilot.
yeah, the T and the is lowercase. The T and Thea is capitalized.
What? Oh, the Mech Pilot. I'm so stupid. The mech pilot. That's not a real person. Thea is a real person.
My goodness.
There we go. I'm sorry. Look, sometimes I am stupid, and I am, of course, the crime cat extraordinaire, the top cat in charge, the girl who can't even remember her own name sometimes, nary a care, and we're doing Phoenix. Oh yeah, we should shout out Varnus too. We should shout out Varnus.
Because he will show up
be
eventually.
joining us.
Eventually.
Shout out Varnus too. Shout out Varnus.
Look, it's not Nary's fault she's smooth-brained. She thinks she's in charge, but I let her think that.
I now understand
why. Brain.
I now understand why they have those kid leashes.
Yeah, they were invented because of me.
Okay, but do your boobs fit in one of those? That's the question.
Pardon?
Do your boobs fit into one of those leashes that, like, harnesses? That's what I'm asking.
They do not. Lexi, why did you just throw a Lolatov cocktail at me?
And that is Nary's girlfriend, Lexi.
Yes, that is my girlfriend. She likes to pop up and mess with me. Say hi, Lexi.
Hi, Lexi.
You're adorable.
Listen here, you little bottom.
Molotov! I got it.
Alright, people are... Let's get on with, Of the Devil. People are still presumed innocent, at least on paper. But by the time they're in cuffs, there's hardly any shadows of doubt left. Because this whole world's lit up, mapped out, never unknown, and always online. Meanwhile, wait, so how is this different from reality?
That's the fun bit.
It's not.
What's different from reality? Me liking to throw Molotovs?
No.
Molotovs?
Cyberpunk dystopia.
Oh, yeah, no, it's not.
It's not different from reality. Whether it's incandescent or neon or holo, whether it's LCD, LED, or just the nearest phone screen, there's light shining on every last pixel of the map. So it's Chicago! And someone's always watching. Yep, it's Chicago.
Or just me.
Solitude's a rarity. Anonymity is scarce. And criminal defense attorneys aren't exactly flush with customers. So, you take whatever clients you can get. You don't balk at public defender work, no matter the hour. And should you find yourself in one of the last dark, quiet corners left in the whole world, well, smoke 'em if you got 'em. Not that there's much else I can do until my phone. What is with that knife stabbing sound effect? Y'all heard that, right?
I heard that.
Because the game is very edgy.
Ow,
That
the
might
edge.
That might actually be why.
I think I cut myself on this game because it's so edgy. God damn, this really is the perfect game for me to play on my channel, though.
Yeah.
Counselor, your public defender contract has been approved. You are
Kylisa says you're adorable.
No, Kylisa, you're adorable. You are expected at the 254th precinct. Present your ID at the door to enter. Arrive at least 15 minutes early. This really is just Chicago. I'll try. Heart. Looks like the paperwork came through. It's nearly 3:15 now. 90 minutes since I took the job. Probably makes it about 2 hours since they finally got smart enough to ask for a lawyer. If they're really smart, they'll have used that time to get some rest. Because now that I'm here, things are gonna get busy. Of the Devil, Episode 0. And he shall appear.
Oh, because speak of the devil and he shall appear.
Disable tutorials, you can turn them back on in settings. Let's enable for now. Just
I was
cause we're
about to
all
say.
just cause we're all idiots who have never played this game before. Oh, is it first person? Oh hey, who dat? Varnus!
Oh, there's Varnus.
Hello, Varn.
Precinct 254.
It's a goddamn ghost town. With nothing but a hologram for a welcoming party.
Let me do the hologram voice.
I'm here about a homicide. High clearance rates be damned. You'd think they'd treat it with a little more gravitas. But whatever. If I'm that unimportant,
Hold
they
on,
got...
Anna.
What?
Oh, he muted himself.
There a problem, Varn?
No, he muted himself. That it means something probably came up.
Okay.
My older
Yeah.
brother was refusing to do stuff he was supposed to do, and I didn't want you all to hear that.
But whatever. If I'm that unimportant, they've got no right to complain if I take my sweet time getting checked in. It is a good OST, it really is. And I should take my time. Information's like cash in my line of work. You gotta spend it to make it. And if you're flat broke, no one will give a shit what you have to say. So let's see if I can't poke around and shake some change loose. Press escape or click the phone icon on the top left to access the pause menu where you can save,
I'll be right
load,
back.
or check
Oh my
settings. Boop. You'll earn credit for investigating anything and everything you can. Credit is both a measure of your information gathering skills and your own credibility. So don't go broke. A data pad? I'll bite. Even when they're more advertisement than article, they can still be informative. In a flowery, roundabout, corporate propaganda sort of way. Keep an eye out for articles in the environment. They offer insight on the world around you and credit towards your investigation. Articles are added to your phone's reading list after you first read them. Choose the proper takeaway after reading them, and you'll earn additional bonus credit, too. Subway fixes asked. City to refocus on canopy. Declaring the subway tunnels to be irreparably flooded, city engineers announced this week that all plans to drain and repair the system were being suspended indefinitely. Saltwater damage to sensitive electronic cabling and erosion of key tunnel fixtures were cited as the reason for why 89% of the subway system was evaluated as critically compromised or worse. Civil engineering efforts will be refocused on maintenance and expansion of the hybrid super infrastructure system that weaves together trams, highways, walkways, and skyscrapers into the canopy, high above our city's streets. Oh my god, it literally is just Chicago. It's just Chicago. That's like the fucking Kennedy and the L.
Translation, for those not aware, they decided that their super building was more important than transportation.
I mean, yeah, that's America in a nutshell. And I actually think there has been a point where, like, where there was, like, really, really bad underground flooding parts in this city. But, yeah. I mean...
This is why... Sorry, can I...
Go ahead.
And this is why all of Europe's flaws, I will never, ever move to America, because at least the public transport system is functional, and I don't need a car to live.
Well, in some
Oh my
places
god,
it is.
that's why I
In the
miss Prague. Prague, you
US.
literally...
In some places in the US it's functional, but those are like a dime a dozen.
We do have functional public transit in Chicago.
Yeah, and in certain
is
towns
it
in New Jersey we do.
Mm-hmm.
But like the majority, if you want to get anywhere,
Ballsy
you
of them.
Yeah,
have to have
They
a
wall
car.
there.
Wait, Avis, did you see the thing I sent you yesterday about, oh look, Costco invented Euro?
Yeah,
Oh,
I saw
yeah.
that. As if I'd reach for my wallet after having to read a word like aesthetical. Besides, I got the gist of it. The takeaway is that the city will be focusing its efforts on the canopy. There'll be increased scrutiny surrounding the canopy now that there's no plan B. It's a massive project with a massive budget. Lines the pockets of a lot of people, big and small. None of them would appreciate bad press at the moment, not when Councilman Long's already thoroughly chummed the waters.
Who's voicing Long?
Hmm?
Who's voicing Councilman Long?
Well, I don't know if we'll come across them.
We haven't
so
come across them
that's-
yet.
Alright.
An actual police lineup. It's like I walked into a museum, though museums tend to feel expensive and clean. Dusty, forgotten, probably lots of unpacked boxes. This homicide department's more like an attic. Hard to believe they were ever so busy that they had witnesses making IDs in the lobby. Then again, it's hard to believe they were ever doing lineups in the first place. Are you certain? Wasn't it dark? Did you know that traumatic events memory formation is blah blah blah? Poking holes in that setup must have been like shooting fish in a barrel, and all during billable hours. But there's no room to sow doubt anymore. Not when a modded witness can just submit their testimony as a video recording. Assuming their phone didn't automatically file a police report for them.
You know, there is a joke to make that this is just a 2,000 years in the future.
Yeah.
Oh my god, you're right.
It's Ace Attorney in the modern day.
In the modern day, you mean
High traffic hallways, utilitarian furnishings, multiple screening stations, pragmatic brutalism, so textbook it could teach freshman level architecture. Can almost hear the building drone on and on about concrete and iron and hard right angles. The civil planning equivalent of battle scars. From a fight once.
Rhea would love this game.
She would. From a fight won so long ago, they're starting to look ridiculous. You'd call it more Danganronpa noir without a childy opponent.
Or that.
I'm sure it was all very imposing back when it was built, but walking here now, with crime rates where they are, feels like a hospice ward for heavy-handedness. I am going to just save again. And who wants to voice the hologram?
Me.
Medium's cracked in the corner. Looks bad, but my phone's made of the same stuff. And shit.
Mary, you might want to lower the volume of the game a bit.
Okay, I'll do that.
Just so it's easier to hear us, and so we can hear our own thoughts.
Options.
Use volume.
How's that? Better?
Yeah, I think that's good. Yeah.
Yeah, the dialogue almost works
probably-
exactly like Danganronpa.
Could probably know. I guess it is more Danganronpa inspired. Okay, I gotcha. I
think
gotcha,
it's
Thea.
more
I
Ace
gotcha.
Attorney. It could always be also a bit of both.
Yeah.
Fork knife.
Oh my god.
Thea
How much
repeated.
did you...
Could probably know the warranty on one of these things with a loud sneeze. least it's not broken entirely. Even at this hour, it's still dutifully scrolling through notifications. Looks like the usual 1-to-1 ratio of public health alerts and inoffensive pop culture trivia you always get served at state buildings. But there's a few missing persons, too. 1 year of Silver Plan coverage, courtesy of Caduceus as a reward for any... Silver's no joke. Family must be getting desperate. Alright. I've taken in all the scenery and learned as much as I can here. Time to get checked in. Alright, Avis.
Yes, I'm ready.
It booted up fine. So far, so good.
Good morning.
Morgan, here for the public defender contract.
Could you please provide your name and... Right! Please stand still for a moment.
I wouldn't call intake holos charming. More like harmless. But that's probably what the designers were aiming for. People don't mind a quirk or two in their tech, so long as it never speaks out of turn.
I'm sorry, I'm having trouble placing you. Could you please provide your name and date of birth?
So far, so good, was it? Say, why don't you just scan my ID card?
Wait. Now could you please confirm your date of birth for me?
Why do they even bother asking? My birthday's on the damn ID card and my profile. I'd have to be a world-class airhead to get this question wrong. Hold on, where do I find my ID card?
Profiles. Morgan.
December 26th. Puzzles, smoking wooden furniture, I dislike commercials, hairdressers, and jogging. My talent is I can fall asleep in any position. I like decaf coffee and sour whiskey.
Some of that matches you, actually.
A lot of it matches me. I actually love jogging. I hate commercials. I don't really smoke.
And she's a fucking Capricorn. She's a Capricorn.
She is a
Oh,
Capricorn.
my eyes are still burning. I'll be back. Probably gotta change my shirt. That's right. Farness is topless for once.
Ooh, man booby. Boy
God.
titty.
Ah,
Alright,
the only tits I like are tufted tit mice.
so December...
I heard that.
December 20.
What?
So yeah, she's a Capricorn. I'm actually a Libra, but okay, let's
What?
return. My birthday is December 26th. December 26th.
Perfect. Good morning, Morgan Counselor. Thank you for your timely arrival and for taking on this public defender contract. If you are ready to speak to your client, you can proceed to counseling quarter 3C.
Is that what we're calling it now? You mean the interrogation room?
I'm sorry to have caused any confusion. My vocabulary is regularly updated to better reflect state standards.
Don't sweat it. I can't keep track of every new euphemism either. They could call it the involuntary wellness check-in room if they like. Doesn't change the way it makes a person feel, sitting in a stifled box of one-way panels. Nothing to see but their own reflection dully warped across gunmetal walls.
Morgan Counselor, can I help you with anything else?
Alright, I'm back. I'm back.
Welcome back.
Also, Avis, I hope you're not too upset at the joke I made.
Oh, why would I be upset? Also, who is
God.
this Avis that you're speaking of?
Nary,
I
do you
am a
think Avis...
hologram.
Nary, do you think Avis is...
Choices that progress the story and choices that represent side topics will react differently to your mouse. You can also use keys 1 through 5 on your keyboard to choose dialogue options from top to bottom. Because of what you read earlier, you've unlocked an additional choice in this dialogue. Read and examine at every opportunity to build up your knowledge and get the most out of every conversation.
So that part is exactly like Danganronpa because they would do that.
Yeah, this is starting to feel more Dingle
No.
Rumpus inspired.
Looking at everything, I think it'd be more accurate to say it's like a fusion of the two with a Cyberpunk.
Yeah.
Pretty much, yeah. Why the disrepair? I know the city's not terribly concerned with the lower wards, but this is a police station. Why is it so goddamn dusty?
This facility is currently undergoing renovations.
Yeah, renovations that take, how long? 2 years? 3 years? 4? 5? Undergoing
Most likely
renovations.
7.
Yeah.
Most likely 7.
And then, once 7 years reach, it'll be 8. We all know how it goes. Since when? The 60s?
It's been 22 months since the timetable was last updated.
So that means it could be any amount of time.
They really don't see a lot of action around here, do they?
I'm sorry for any inconvenience you might have encountered.
I'm adaptable. What about you? They ever gonna fix that crack?
Thank you for asking. It's not interfered with my work. Now please shut the fuck up kindly.
Well, that's all that matters, right? What are you?
I'm a smart user interface, proudly sold by Noble Electronics. Thank you for asking. If you are interested, I can send you a link with the information about our subscription packages. Should I send you the link with information about our subscription packages?
No. Sorry. That was a mean question to ask. That'll be all. Thank you.
You'll find the counseling quarters past our homicide detective's office. Through the door to your right.
Thanks.
Have a
Right.
nice day, you bitch.
But I think it's just me for now, so you could go on break if you like, or whatever counts for a, hologram interfaces break. Do you guys get breaks? Or benefits?
No.
Or pay of
No.
any kind? Do you at least get healthcare?
What is healthcare to a hologram? We're basically slaves without the rights.
Do you at least get your maintenance cost covered by your designers?
Yes, I think. I hope. I mean, civil service and infrastructure hasn't been funded properly since, what, the 50s? The 60s? Maybe before the First World War?
Actually, I can tell you
wall.
exactly when it hasn't been funded properly. Since the 80s.
As I was
Yeah.
trying to say, and unfortunately, the Varnai in the walls have been chewing on her colored wires, thinking they're jelly beans.
Oh, so that's why the crack is there. One of the Varnai flew into the screen.
Yes.
I don't impact.
There's
The
just a
Varnai
skeleton
are
there
delightfully
now.
stupid.
Automated dependents who do not take breaks, Morgan Counselor.
Then what were you doing before I walked in?
You'll find the counseling office also homicide detective office.
Wow, I feel bad for her. Through the door to the right. Thank you. Ads don't get breaks, and they don't get my jokes. But it's usually the humorless types that are the most fun to mess with anyway.
What did you think of the voice?
I liked it.
It was cute.
Avis, I think you might also like voicing the judge in this game. You'll see what I mean.
1 second, people. I shall
David.
return.
Avis,
All
you are
right.
extremely cute, and the Varnus will admit it to everyone.
Hold on.
Neri, isn't she cute?
She is cute. Who wants to voice this
Uh-huh.
voice? Thea? Varnus?
Is it a boy or a girl?
I don't know.
Yeah, just before... I'm not gonna voice them until I know what they look like, if that's okay.
Eyes gone bad or some... A voice? No. Voices coming from down the hall. Paired to yours?
Probably.
Thank God I stopped for directions. A building this empty, the desk could have just told me to follow the echoes. One voice sounds older, rougher, and decidedly low energy.
Show you worrying about me.
God forbid I
Forbid
try
I
to
try
be
to- Yeah.
Water.
The other rings with youthful indignation. It's not like our job's important or anything. Definitely cops. Ew. And at this precinct, and at this hour, they might be the only two living, breathing people in the whole complex. 'Cause why else would you bother to print all that out? Varnus?
1 document to 100. Looks the same on a data pad. Well, again, I don't really know what they look like yet.
Anytime. Oh, yeah.
Anytime you question a suspect, you need to have a heavy file in there.
We're just rolling with it until we see who they are.
Makes them think you know them better than their priest, their mother, their...
Their big brother.
Wasn't gonna say that.
So how many of those sheets were blank then? No red carpet tonight, officers? All right, I think I know which one is the tired voice and which one is the young voice. We have a gentleman here, and we have eye patch lady.
Oh, sorry about that, ma'am. We don't keep many extra hands around it. Probably faster let the desk handle intake anyway.
Faya, are you?
Because
Because I can do the bad cop.
Would
I've
you
got
like
a bit
to
of a
do...
headache. I'm sorry.
Okay, you can do the bad cop then, Avis, if you need to lie down, Thea.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna go for a bit. I might be back later.
Okay. You want to
But
be...
mostly cheaper. You the lawyer?
I am. Morgan Esquire. Pleased to meet you.
Why is his face like that? Same here. Counselor... Team London.
Why does your face look like a ball sack?
Don't know. I was asking that too. Why is his face shaped like that?
It's such a weird shape to his face.
It's a potato.
In the ball of sunshine, here's my partner, Farrah Ray. You could say she's not very sunny rays.
You are going to die for that joke.
Quasim
I'd like to
London
see you
is
try.
homicide detective. He likes photography, dive bars, and bangs. He dislikes ties, pollen, and after-hour work messages. Listens to podcasts. He likes pencil sketching, and he's frequently running late.
My question is, how did he get to first class?
Good question. And
Was
let's
it
look at
actually
Reyes.
doing his job, or was it using nothing but shortcuts, if you know what I mean?
Oh, she's got a cyber eye. She's a homicide detective. Farrah Reyes is a... Farrah Reyes. Oh, her birthday is one day off from mine. She's a Libra. Occupation?
Compatibility between Farrah and what's her name?
Morgan?
Yes.
Homicide Detective 3rd Class likes rice, limes, automotive history, dislikes liars, small plates, and cheap people. Enjoys watching product reviews? Wow, what an
So,
empty life you must
At
lead,
least,
Miss
feeling out.
Detective
Yeah, for
Reyes.
real.
She's bad at games of chance. And her right eye is a model OS Iris Elite 86.
Keep that in mind. It might be important for later.
Holograms. Data pads. Conductive resin. And an automated dependent. And we have abandoned subways, which we already read. Let's get back to...
Ball of sunshine.
She certainly is.
Ugh, huh?
Sorry if you were kept waiting. Fair between the departments has been hectic all night.
It's no trouble. Gave me time to enjoy my cigarette.
Cigarette? Like tobacco? What are you, E.T.?
She can't be more than a few years younger than me.
We're, the detectives in charge of this particular...
Particular case? Your microphone kind of cut out there.
We're, the detectives in charge of this particular...
Yeah, just say case.
It looks like tonight, we're also your humble guides to the illustrious Homicide Department. Apologies in advance for any cobble. Is my mic still cutting in and out?
A little bit.
A little bit.
I think
may
it's
have-
the voice I'm giving him is the reason why it's cutting in and out.
I mean, he is supposed to be a kind of grinded down, tired old man, I guess. Pretty sure I've seen this London character around the courthouses before.
Hold on, wait. The more, like, what do you think of my voice I've given him so far?
I think it fits. He never
Do
struck
you like
me.
it, Avis?
Yeah, that's
Yeah, I
pretty.
like it. It's good.
He never
Calm
struck
down.
He never struck me as more than just some old-timer. But I suppose being an old-timer is an accomplishment in and of itself in his position.
Profession.
Sunshine is definitely a new face, though. Rigid in her posture and her attitude. 3 in the morning and her shirt still looks ironed. Freshly promoted, maybe? 2 whole detectives working at these hours? Sounds serious. Unless you were just the first to arrive on the scene?
No, we're not nearly that far. Uniforms responded to the emergency calls within a few minutes.
Calls? Plural. Must have been quite the commotion.
Look around. You think we're the first ones to arrive for anything?
He's not wrong. We were only tapped after circumstances at this scene indicated involvement of an ongoing investigation.
It was probably Harrow. She was up there knocking things over in a fit.
You didn't stop her?
Why was Harrow so
How dare-
pissed?
How dare you
I
not
did
feed
did
her
chase her off.
early.
I did chase her off.
Lucky that didn't break inside the computer. Otherwise, that would have been really...
Yeah, that would have been bad.
Our ongoing investigation.
Not very subtle, is she? But I might as well bite at this point. So, you suspect that this client of mine is involved in some separate criminal activity?
Wait, did they really not? No, I guess they wouldn't put it in a public defender's briefing. Look, consider this a little professional courtesy. A fair warning, yeah? That's the heartbreaking killer.
Oh shit.
Huh?
We've got that bastard dead to rights. So, if you're kind, you'll help him plead it out. And if you're smart, you'll pass this shitstorm onto some other night owl and go back to bed.
You have a gambling problem, don't you, Reyes?
It does say she's bad at games of chance.
And
Like-
London is an old man that never experienced twink death.
Uh-huh.
What?
I'm not feeling particularly kind or smart at the moment.
Ugh.
So perhaps in the meantime, you'd be so polite as to fill me in about this heartbreak killer.
Cover utilities at the rock you live under.
Is there a problem?
You're seriously not familiar with HK?
The West German gun manufacturer that was started by ex-Nazis? Yeah, I'm familiar.
Not even K, HK.
What does Hong Kong have to do with this?
Yeah, I've been to
No.
Hong Kong. It's a lovely
Not
city.
Hong Kong. Heartbreak Killer.
Oh, you mean that super beam attack from, Sorry We're Closed that you used to kill boss enemies.
What?
Heartbreaker.
The professional wrestler that kicks guys in the face? Oh wait, that's Heartbreak Kid, my bad.
Oh, man.
Henry Kissinger?
Race. What do I do?
I don't know, man. I don't know, man.
Never heard of him. I've heard enough of him for a lifetime. That name has been plastered all over the city for weeks, with crimes wavering between breaking news and urban legend. Their presumed goals flip-flopping from unadulterated anarchy to unappreciated vigilantism. At street corners, in the media, on the net, everyone's indulging in the exact kind of armchair detective speculation that I can't stand. But right now, I need to figure out exactly how much the police do or don't know. So, I need to play dumb. And when it comes to cops, I always get better results playing dumb than I do acting smart. I take it he's a repeat offender.
Was it the killer part that tipped you off?
That's really sort of his MO. He has gone crazy.
Along with everyone else.
One bullet straight through the heart. Why let the lie where it falls?
Oh yeah, no, that's a British woman named Michelle from, from Sorry We're Closed.
No, that is not.
I love
Not
that.
Heartbreaker.
Go on.
Lady, we don't live in a game, we live in real life, so get with the fucking program.
I just really love that game. I really love Sorry We're Closed. I'm enjoying it a lot.
Okay.
God fucking
Did you
damn
want to
it.
hear more about what we're...
Hence the name Heartbreak. He's a heartbreaker, love taker, da da da, don't you mess around with me. Sorry, what were you
Hey.
saying?
London, I think I'm going to kill her myself and then get arrested.
No,
Can I not?
no.
Like, I'd get away with it because I'm a cop.
No.
That is actually true. Cops are basically have a license to commit murder. And, you know, every other inhuman crime. The law doesn't apply to cops.
Exactly. So I could kill her for being annoying.
No.
Not exactly creative, but amidst the swirl of every other 100-word article out there, catchiness trumps originality.
What you won't read about online is all 6 of HK's victims were shot by the same gun.
Wait, don't tell me. Was it an MP5?
The last time, not HNK, HK.
Hong Kong?
Heartbreak killer. Without even needing to reload.
So it was an MP5! With a large capacity magazine. Horrible to say, I know, but 6 for 6? That's pretty good shooting, isn't it?
And the bullseye at the shooting range is good shooting. Doing it 6 times in a row is great. Shooting 6 people with accuracy like that?
The whole different.
6 is that kind of monster. A real freak. This boss probably didn't even rise. Also, London, you really need some chapstick. Jesus Christ.
I
No.
see. You almost make him sound like a machine. Is it possible that...
No, it was not. There's no such thing as killer robots, madam.
Of course, my mistake. So all those androids marching in the military, those robots patrolling in police uniforms, those drones dropping firebombs from the sky, I guess they're all firing blanks.
Fair enough. Machines can. They have been for decades. But they don't commit murder.
Yeah, they do.
Evil like Heartbreak is all organic.
That's a pretty terrifying thought. I should really start paying more attention to the news. How I managed to miss 6 murders.
Well, you can only blame yourself for missing 5.
Pardon?
You're still not getting it. HK's 6th victim was found a few hours ago. They caught that son of a bitch red-handed.
So you're convinced that my client is this heartbreak killer, and tonight was just his latest crime. That's a serious accusation, with very serious consequences. I take it you have serious evidence to back that up?
I was being a literal counsel, red-handed. When we found her client, it was covered in her blood.
Well, that's not good, is it? What you say certainly sounds compelling.
Is that lawyer talk for open and shut?
But even if that's the case, how does one crime scene make him look good for 6 murders?
Go there in the Discovery Plus and the ARC.
Augmented reality crime scene is an investigative tool in which data harvested by sensors worn on first responders is used to reconstruct a digital copy of a pristine crime scene.
That would actually be really good. The only problem with it is the ability for said data to be potentially manipulated.
Yeah, you could easily manipulate data with that.
Yeah, but then again, the same type of manipulation does technically already happen.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that, other than that, it could be very good.
Drop weapons.
Also, how is my Ray's voice?
Your Reyes voice? It's Reyes.
Yeah.
That's how it's pronounced, is Reyes.
Okay, Reyes.
Yeah.
But to answer your question, it's pretty good.
It is pretty good. It's Spanish for royalty.
No, don't tell me she's a royal.
I guess she was royal. Da 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 da. London and Royal. Oh no! The cops are British.
How is my
1 second, I think I hear London calling.
God damn it! Fucking Clash reference.
Could someone just fucking answer my question?
What? What was the
Never
question?
mind.
No, ask it
No,
again.
what was your question?
If my London voice was any good.
It's very good.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's very good.
good.
It's spot
okay.
on. After its introduction, the technology briefly came under public scrutiny when the independent news organization United Mediacasters released a series of reports claiming that ARC's data was regularly edited by corrupt officials.
I called it.
These reports were later found to be fake, and UMC was exposed as a subsidiary of the Cell Corporation within Lambda Work Solutions, who were marketing a number of alternatives to ARC's technology at the time. Board members at Lambda denounced the actions of said Cell and offered assistance to their former competitors in suing the leadership at UMC, but the proceedings and settlements in these lawsuits remain sealed.
Can I say something regarding that?
What?
I could genuinely see it going either way if it was actually corrupt stuff or if it wasn't. Do you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Because both would totally, I could totally see happening, because it has happened in real life.
Heartbreak. Date of birth, unknown. Height, unknown. Weight, unknown. Blood type, unknown. Occupation, criminal. Likes killing. Dislikes getting caught. Favorite color, probably red. Zodiac sign, probably not into astrology. Reward, suspended due to influx of false reports.
So you wouldn't even get anything for this guy.
Yep. What? I got no evidence. Harrow is meowing at me.
Run local now on your phone and we'll turn over everything you need.
You got it. Now that. Thanks for that, detective. I'll be sure to read it over. But if it's all the same, could I ask you two some questions while I've got you here?
How kind of attorney needs to interrogate the detective?
This kind of attorney. You're just that pleasant.
Well, she's got you there, Reyes. Not like we're gonna be punching out anytime soon, right?
Sure thing. Exactly, sunshine. I can just imagine her, like, grumbling.
Whatever. Let your clients do an interrogation for all I care.
Intero. You mean the counseling quarters?
We're at your disposal, counselor.
You shouldn't have cleaned up so much just for little old me, Detective London. Someone really needs to introduce this guy to a filing system, or even just a stapler. Paper
Never.
documents scattered about lazily alongside actual photographs. Either he's really old-fashioned or really paranoid about data leaks. And he doesn't look like the paranoid type. Well, orderliness aside, some things are better in paper. I'll give him that. Barren, stark, and uninviting. This must be Reyes's desk. Keeping your workstation neat and tidy is admirable, but I can't spot a single mote of personalization. Is she so new she hasn't had time to unpack, or is she really that uptight and boring?
Oh. I get the feeling she likes cats.
Both, maybe. She would be a cat lover. Bolstered by strong earnings report and surging sales of the Animate 16, Noble Electronics stock rose a stunning 3% this week to a record high, while Noble's latest iteration is yet to surpass the sheer popularity of its predecessors. An increased profit margin has left Noble shareholders very enthused. Many investors were skeptical when, at their famous 2084 trade convention, Noble announced that the 16th line would be the first generation of androids to feature over 50% organic components. so-called warm androids, which at the time only saw demand in the health, senior, and childcare sectors, were looked upon as impractical due to increased maintenance costs, cuts, scratches, bruises, and the like. And while some critics voiced concerns that fringe religious or traditional groups might find warm androids controversial, more business-focused minds feared that Noble was alienating its customers in the industrial and military sectors in order to cater to civilian consumers, users that viewed their androids from across the room and not from above the factory floor. However, as has often been the case in the last decade, Noble's doubters were proven wrong. The Animate 16 is poised to break profitability records with no signs of slowing down. And many industry analysts predict that these once rare organic androids will completely replace their more robotic predecessors in daily life within the next 3 to 5 years.
How many of them were sex robots?
Good
Too
question.
many.
Too many.
Yeah, the correct answer is always too many.
As described in the earnings report, much of the 16th line success, and indeed the success of Noble's androids in general, can be attributed to the remarkable, lifelike, and personable charm of their products, and by all accounts, that charm can be attributed to the work of Dr. Noble's famed lead programmer, Dr. David Asher. Lead programmer...
The android felt one or some people.
Lead programmer is the understatement of the century, said Noble brand ambassador Lucy Dees on stage at their latest Noble Industries weekend. God damn it. It's because of his Turing solution that every Noble product, from the sleekest assistants to the most advanced intensive care technicians, are so loved and trusted by our customers.
No, Lucy D's, I think, is meant to be LCD.
Lucy D's, LCD, I see it. While his reputation was on full display at the event, Dr. Asher himself was nowhere to be seen. He's always been reclusive, but he's become a genuine hermit in recent years. Are we really to believe he's still... Hey fam, looks like you're not logged into this device. Want to put in your account so we can help you keep reading? Again. It's no wonder can't spit without it landing on a piece of Noble tech these days. Especially not where the state's involved. Dunno if they'll bite when it comes to warm androids, though. For government use, they're just too expensive or too frail. All androids undergo wear and tear, especially if they're directing traffic or suppressing crowds. So if these warm androids bleed pink all over themselves every time they take a rock to the cheek, it's just an endless stream of bad photo ops waiting to happen.
I just know there's like at least a bunch of incel dweebs who have a warm robot because they can't get themselves an actual girlfriend.
Loose wires, missing panels, and
I hate that you're right about that.
That probably sweats more than the people it's supposed to cool. No room in the budget for making the office not look like shit, huh? I expected to find a lot of belt-tightening at Homicide, but I didn't think their operation would be this bare bones. They've got a stunning clearance rate and they work fast. Guess the city sees that and just assumes their job is easy. Maybe their job is easy, with our dear, doting surveillance state eliminating so much of the footwork. But if your wheels don't squeak, you don't get your palms greased. So Homicide ends up as the only State Department with a shrinking budget. A dumping grounds for the police force's most unambitious and least popular.
Shots fired everywhere.
Oh, shut it, lady. You could have actually been earning a profit by being a fucking prosecutor, but no, you chose to be an attorney. How's public defense working out for you, eh?
I could have been a prosecutor, but like I said, Big Daddy Surveillance State makes that way, way too easy, and I like to challenge myself. You should try it sometime, Reyes.
I bet I could program my robot to not make fun of my fedora.
I bet it's a challenge to live with you. Oh my god.
You mean like it's a challenge to work with you? Nothing else jumps out at me around here. I've got a better idea of who I'm dealing with, at least. Now I need to check out the crime scene data. I should have been sent a link. You've been granted access to state files regarding case KL433511. Reply C to confirm. Confirm. You need to reply C in order to confirm. Am I talking to a person? I am an automated dependent. Ads are usually more polite. Get down, Harrow. Get down. Harrow, you're tangled up in my microphone cord! Okay, she's free. Our personalities are tailored to suit our users' preferences. So the state likes you to be a little authoritarian. You need to reply C. C. It's case sensitive. C. Thank you. Alright, if I project from my phone...
How much of this is going to be edited?
It's the police force. How much do you think?
At least half of it.
Smart boy.
Okay,
Can I click on anything?
This
What
furnace
they
wants
think is
jelly bean
important.
from Raster.
I clicked off that too fast. Okay, here we go.
This is almost exactly like the Arkham game's detective mode.
Yeah. A murder weapon, a revolver, found right next to the body. 6 empty casings found in each of the 6 chambers, meaning the gun's been fired 6 times. Looks like the crime scene techs practically disassembled the damn thing. But all they found were fingerprints belonging to my client, so he was found by police with the murder weapon right in front of the body. I don't even know where to start. Highly prejudicial would be an understatement. The victim's body. Cause of death, ballistic trauma, class 4 blood loss, atrium and aorta, single gunshot wound to the heart in brief. Death was instantaneous. No injuries anywhere else, and no blood or skin under her nails. Blood splatter, forensics, and all that other good stuff tells them that she was shot from there. So the killer was standing in the doorway when they fired. Then why is the gun in the room?
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Like, why would they have caught killer with the body when if the killer was at the doorway and could quickly just go?
A stand-up
Right.
mirror shattered and knocked over. Real glass. No screens or cameras here. It was hit hard. Hard enough to come unattached from its arm, while shards of glass were scattered far enough to land on the victim's body. What a mess.
Right, because if he's a crack shot, he wouldn't need to confirm that the victim is dead. He would know they are because of where he put it.
Seems like this vase got tossed aside at some point, and yet there's not a scratch on it. Must be pretty damn durable. Isn't art supposed to be delicate? Maybe it's making a statement. That's all the big-ticket items. What about security? Looks like the apartment was unlocked all night. It's not uncommon for people their age in a neighborhood like this. But no signs of forced entry only hurts my client's case. What about the rest of the room? There's not much else flagged here. Just a lounge chair that got thrown and whatever that is. Unidentified ceramic debris. Flag is irrelevant? That's their technical assessment? Guess even the crime scene techs weren't sure what to make of it. Okay. That's everything the police highlighted, but did I miss anything?
I would check that.
What's that circle behind the mirror?
I can't click
Yeah, what
on
is-
it. I can't click on it.
Oh,
That's the arm of the
glowing
mirror.
yellow? What's the glowing thing on the body? The glowing yellow thing.
By the hand.
The hell is that? Something in the victim's hand? How the hell did... It's just a pill organizer. Looks like some immune adjusters, NSAIDs, and triprexazone.
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 Prexazone, a synthetic glucocorticoid medication. Glucocorticoid. Taken daily to reduce rejection symptoms like phantom pain and generalized itch. It's medicine for transplants.
The autopsy
Or
said,
amputees, perhaps.
or cyborgs.
Yeah.
The autopsy said her tox screen was clear, but it's not like it matters. She could have swallowed every medicine cabinet in the city and it still wouldn't change the cause of death. It's odd, but ultimately irrelevant. Everything else here is all very incriminating, but the kicker is everything that's not here. No out-of-place DNA, footprints, crumbs. Nothing that points towards anyone except my client. Well, I've done more with less before, but not much more.
So I'll
Crumbs,
explain why that could be actually something extremely important.
Yeah. I'm gonna have to
Because
sing for my supper this time. Better get started. Who the hell's messaging me at this time of night? First person who comes to my mind is... I suppose it could be something important.
You didn't let Varnus finish talking.
Go ahead, Varnus.
what I was going to say is that
yeah, because they would have erased stuff that wasn't quote-unquote relevant to, you know...
We need to massively know what is in the book. And I'll explain why.
Uh-huh.
Why that connects with the medicine and everything. Was that medicine there, or at least a similar medicine there, with anything else? Because you know what happens to the heart and everything.
Yeah.
Where a lot of blood pools there and everything.
Mm-hmm.
So, if, let's say you have medicine in your system.
Mm-hmm.
Bullets designed to trace certain medications could make it that it always hits the same way and it is the same person shooting it.
So it could necessarily not be all the same person.
Yeah, but also, why, if the person was shot
I'm gonna
at
try
the angle they were
listening
shot
to
at.
Varnus.
I want to know what they taste like.
No, did you see, remember the angle in which that one thing was shot and the victim and everything?
Mm-hmm.
I want to know how high up it was
How's
because
it taste?
did it
Poison?
fall from
Bad?
her falling or did it fall because it was part of what was shot?
It's mid.
It is kind of mid. Okay, can I get back to my stream now, Lexi?
Yeah, here we go.
Okay. Can you maybe get a clip for it? Yeah, I see what you're saying. Maybe like the person, like the mirror? Also, who wants to voice Brat?
Bread!
Why do you want somebody to voice Brett when you have an actual Brett right here?
Lexi, would you like to voice Brat?
Also, did you just out yourself?
Bread!
What couldn't wait until morning?
Good news, of course. Got a job for you.
That's a pretty cheery way to tell me you violated parole.
What?
Not that kind of job. Besides, I've been covering my tracks. This is something different.
I'm guessing this is the Maya Fey of this game.
Oh, God.
Kind of thing I can't handle with just a keyboard and phishing scheme. You mean scamming the elderly? I need you to sue my gym teacher. She has too big of an ass.
Not that kind of lawyer. Sorry.
Hey, at least let me finish.
What did they do?
Made me run laps. I feel like I've seen this before. This looks very familiar.
Not illegal.
Let me finish! They made me run laps. Even though I said I had a stomachache.
Sad.
Gotta be like youth endangerment. Depraved indifference or some kind of shit.
Sounds like you've already got a strong case. Try self-representing this time.
God damn. What's with the
God.
blow off?
Nice phrasing.
I'm loving this.
Wow, I'm laughing so hard right now.
Look at her face!
Oh my god, I love this.
Is that your mugshot?
I wasn't gonna not get a copy of my mugshot and use it as a reaction.
Glad you found a use case.
She's just...
But I'm working right now, so...
Anything cool?
Homicide.
Oh, cringe.
God.
Oh, God.
Wait. What kind of homicide?
It's like feeling if I see ya.
Oh, no.
Oh, cringe. Is it HB? What's...
Heartbreak killer.
Is it Heartbreak Killer? I don't know what that means.
Is that the kind of morbid thing kids your age talk about?
Teens my age. And yeah, we can read. Compared to the corrupt shit in the headlines,
I love how their little head
Old-fashioned
pops
murder,
back and
like-
forth.
Cardi B is like...
Cardi B?
Oh, God.
It's not heartbreak.
No, why'd you take the job? You see the 98% conviction rate as a challenge or something? You taking up lost cause, probe nose work?
It's pro bono.
That was autocorrect.
You know they give lit homework for a reason, right?
This is borderline concerned nagging. Maybe you really are a bleeding heart. Or just a sucker.
I'm not a sucker.
Nice phrasing.
You should go to bed, Fran.
Tomorrow's Sunday. I can stay up if I want.
Tomorrow is Sunday. Because today is Saturday.
What's with the Carpe Diem shit?
It's nearly 4 a.m., kid. You've got school in like 3 hours.
Shit!
Repeat offenders may be good for business, but that kid's bad for my blood pressure.
Oh my god, I loved that.
That was great.
Text messages, I take it.
That was just beautiful.
Just your typical teenage drama. So then, if you wouldn't mind filling me in on a few details.
Sorry.
By the way, I couldn't help but notice that you're light on staff. It's 3 in the morning. Were you expecting... Oh, that's you.
So I won't be kind of to this level, so is that okay?
That's okay.
It's 3 in the morning. What were you expecting a parade?
I thought there'd be at least be a few androids around. Varnis.
London.
Varnis.
Aren't many androids in the whole breast is renegotiating contract.
What's up,
Babe,
Lexi?
babe. Yes, Skimble is very cute. Varnis is trying to read dialogue.
I already read.
Maybe he drew blood
What?
on my shoulder. I was trying to tell you that.
Do you need a band-aid?
Fine. Sorry.
Good guess.
Hardly. They're the biggest.
Hardly. Yeah, the biggest robotic sculpts there is. Spend all day in Santa City, but leaving this office's shadow.
Yes, we're very fortunate to have them headquartered here.
There's some money on shipping at least. But these bucks never left. I'm sure they'll be back to writing checks for Noble ads by the end of the month.
Even with Noble pushing those warm androids?
Lord, ugh. I called it the adult line.
Oh my god.
I literally said that!
You did.
I see them in the bigger departments or out on patrol, but not around these offices. When we're called, there's no such thing as an android detective. Yeah.
Dude is just Deckard from Blade Runner. Like, that's
God damn
Harrison.
it.
That's Harrison Ford.
God damn it.
I'm trying to give him a voice that's actually kind of like that, mixed with Lock on Stratos' voice.
It fits. It fits. It's really good.
Because he looks a lot like Neil Delandy as well. Avis knows what I mean.
It's
Yeah.
the hair. It's the
Really?
hairstyle.
Yeah, but also the coat he's wearing.
Yeah. You really think that'll happen?
We already use ads for drawings during the scene. Something like that big a stretch to me.
Joking, right? Android detectives.
Don't you have a cyber eye?
Yeah, well, I'm still a human though, dumbass. Well, the pain we go through getting witnesses to talk to us, Besides, you don't know what I've been through. I could be blind for all you know.
With your
Maybe
warm
my eye got shot out.
personality? I can't imagine.
Maybe my eye got shot out. Or maybe I got stabbed in the eye by some convict asshole. Now you wanna fucking talk, bitch?
Whatever.
Actually, it says your right eye is an OS Iris Elite 86. It says it right here in my phone.
Why do you think I got it? Maybe I needed it to get it replaced. Ever heard of prosthetics?
Yeah, but you still got the eye patch over it. Ooh.
Must
I mean,
be new.
they do say that the Model 86 can be a bit finicky. How's your sight?
You skipped my dialogue.
Oh shit.
That's very annoying. An
I
ad
didn't
knocks
mean
on
to.
your door, calls you. An ad knocks on your door, calls you a degenerate criminal in a synthesized voice loud enough for the whole neighborhood to hear. You're just gonna start posting shit that'll get you up on a list.
Oh, we certainly don't want that. The flesh and blood witnesses are becoming less and less common anyway. Cameras, sensors, like we already get all our facts from a machine. Also makes a machine the perfect assassin, unfortunately. Give it a few more years, it might make sense to let machines do the investigating too.
The union would. The police union would not let that happen.
Oh, you mean the Union Busters Union?
Yeah.
The
Gal,
anti-union.
but that's not the right union.
She needn't have specified. It's the only real union there is anymore.
Why does that mirror life?
It really is!
There's still a ton of real unions out there.
So how about the basics? What exactly has my client been charged with?
Your client, Carla.
Shit. I was trying to click on his name.
Only click on purple stuff. Carlos Flat. Class 4 industrial modifications.
Ooh.
Wait, go back.
What?
The autopsy report.
Sorry, I didn't mean to skip the dialogue.
Yeah, same handiwork as previous 5. Lab message confirmed ballistic match 2. Alright. That is something to note, something important.
Oh,
Right.
Actually, I
But
wanted to go
that
back to
does
the
not
revolver.
mean it was the same person
I-
shooting.
Something about the
Has
revolver.
Has Flat's left hand fingerprints on it?
What if he doesn't have a left hand?
He pointed
Wait, no,
at
what-
me
he's
with
my
his right hand! That's
Now, there's actually a problem here. That's actually something... No, go back. Go back, and I'll explain the problem with this. Now, hold out your left hand, and imagine you're shooting at someone that's directly in front of you. Would you hit them in the heart, or would you hit them in the right lung?
Right lung.
That's true.
And it specifically, well, it does matter if she was facing away from him or in front of him. If she was facing away from him, then it couldn't have necessarily been him.
Also, that's like some of the densest bone in the body to get through, and I understand that a 10mm is like an absolute zipper of a cartridge. But
Yeah. But as I said, it would be much more likely for a right-handed person to shoot someone if they were facing them. So we have to remember to learn what direction the victim was facing. That
Or we
is
have
one of the most important details, but it also could directly contradict the where the supposed shooter was actually positioned as well.
It's
I'll be right back.
also I do think it's relevant that we find out if he is left-handed or ambidextrous.
yeah.
Right.
And also,
if he's
here's
he's
another
solely
thing
right-handed,
too. Yeah, if he's solely right-handed, I'm a right-handed shooter, and I would not have been able to make that shot, even with my right hand. Well, actually, no.
Right.
It depends how close you were. But I couldn't have been. But I'm not a left-handed shooter. But here's another thing too. Most guns are made for righties. There's not a lot of ambidextrous guns out there.
But I want to say something as well. Remember how they said it was such pin-perfect accuracy?
Yeah.
And this is a normal revolver, right?
Yeah.
That's actually something very important to note, and I'll explain why.
Why? Well, normal,
But
I don't know how many revolvers are chambered in 10mm, but go on.
You know how they know a dead toll? Well, even if a robot were to shoot it, something that is designed to prevent any kind of blowback or anything, there still likely would be some, and so the pitch-perfect accuracy is practically impossible.
Not only that,
Besides-
but I'd like to point out,
Even if it was a robot shooting it, unless there's specific modifications to their arm and everything to absorb every bit of the blow, or was it really the bullet being fired from the gun that killed them?
yeah.
also
And here's another
there
thing.
is
Oh, go ahead, Avis, then I'll go.
there is another way to explain why he was found covered in the victim's blood, and his hand was having his hand was on the weapon. Maybe he was actually the first person to find the victim.
If, that's the thing, because if you were a shooter, why would you get blood on your hands? You're shooting from a distance. Maybe our guy found the scene and was trying to, do CPR, and that's how the blood would get on the hands. But I also wanted to mention...
Come on, I want to say something.
Oh my god, I've been waiting to say something, because you mentioned the kickback, like the recoil from the revolver. 10 millimeter.
Let Harry finish.
You mentioned recoil, even a machine shooting it. 10 millimeter? I mean, you can practice for this. You can, like, train to, like, control the recoil, so you can compensate for this. 10 millimeter, as I said, it is an absolute zipper of a cartridge. There's a lot of energy behind a 10 millimeter round. That it is also a cartridge with a lot of kick. The FBI actually wanted to switch from like 38 special and 9 mil to 10 millimeter, but then after they tried out with 10 millimeter, they said, this has too much recoil. We hate it.
Yeah, we don't need to blow our own arms off.
I don't know if I'd put 10 millimeter that far. I'd compare it to like 45 ACP. I'd say 10...
Oh, no, I
I'd
know,
say...
but another thing is regarding blood spatter and everything.
Mm-hmm.
Even if you're shot in the heart, to have the blood, even with how strong that muscle is, to have the blood spray about 6 feet away like that to completely cover their hands is practically impossible.
Not to mention that the blood spray would be going the other way.
So here's my question. Why was our client in there? I think the woman was shot while they were in the room as just a person who happened to be there.
Mm-hmm. Maybe.
Plus, it says it has his left hand fingerprints.
Mm-hmm.
He has industrial modifications, right? We don't even know if he has his left hand.
His left hand might not have fingerprints.
Right.
Yeah, check the profile again.
Well, we got a
Industrial Class 4 modification.
It doesn't say what it has been modified.
No.
Oh,
Using
also Neri, save.
Oh yeah, save.
What I'm saying is, he could have a robot hand, and a robot hand wouldn't need fingerprints.
It might not have fingerprints, yeah. They really do think he's a serial killer. The charge being the first-degree murder of his girlfriend, a Miss Diane Dawn. Oh, that's you, Varnus, sorry. I'm just trying to get us back on track.
Varnus went to do something, I think.
Yeah,
okay, then I'll read it.
Right
the charge being the first-degree murder of his girlfriend, a Miss Diane Dawn. First degree, that's increasingly rare, to say the least.
It's rare for us to get handed anything but crimes of passion around here. These got damn near more cameras than people. So they're gonna be really, really stupid to try and get away with murder.
Well, Heartbreak's gotten away with it 6 times. So what's that make him?
5 times, so that makes him insane.
I was gonna go with extraordinary. Let's split the difference and say he's extraordinarily insane. But nutjobs like that aren't renowned for their ability to think ahead. So what makes you think this was premeditated?
How about the fact that he stalked and killed 5 of the women as a warm-up?
A warm-up? 5 previous bullets, 5 previous victims. None of them knew each other, lived near each other, worked in the same fields. Weeks of digital autopsies crawling up and down their online profiles. Nothing. So this serial killer shows his victims at random, if they have nothing in common.
Yeah, nothing in common at all. Other than that they all look like cousins.
Uh-huh. And the physical similarities are striking.
Okay.
Hmm.
So it could be he's thought 5 other women look like the person he was trying to shoot. Also, it didn't mention they were all women at any point before this.
Yeah.
Agricultural
Yeah,
genetics
she was
research.
already in here with Carlos.
Mm-hmm.
So why would the bullet? Why would Carlos shoot her from the doorway?
Right.
Mm-hmm.
That part doesn't match the MO of the other 5.
Mm-hmm.
Bye.
But firing
What's-
and then throwing the gun in there because they know it's Carlos in there.
Right. It's your line, by the way, Vaughn.
Carlos out of confusion picked it up. Therefore,
It's your line,
he-
Varnus.
fingerprints. I know.
Well,
All 5 prior victims were young women, brown hair and eyes, about the same height, comparable weight.
well, those features aren't exactly uncommon. Couldn't it be?
A coincidence. You really believe that you should quit your job and stop buying lotto tickets?
Yep.
So it's not the time. Anyone can see that. You're really going to try and tell me you don't see a resemblance?
A young woman, brown hair, brown eyes. Can't tell how tall she is from the portrait, but I can take the hint. So you think what exactly? That Carlos Flat wanted to kill his girlfriend so badly he went out and shot 5 other women first?
The shoe fits.
If the shoe fits.
And you put the shoe on the...
Hmm?
She doesn't know what the expression means.
What sunshine means is that it's not uncommon for killers to displace their violence when people close to them onto outlets for fewer consequences.
Drifters alone as strangers, workers.
Probably building up the nerve for tonight by first practicing on these other similar women.
Oh, he's just so far gone that he can't tell the differences anymore.
It's not the worst theory in the world, but it doesn't fit. They want to claim those previous victims were practice runs, dress rehearsals for tonight's main event. But if that were the case, there'd have to be signs of hesitation, nerves. There'd have been mistakes. On top of which, guns are impersonal. Execution shots even more so. There's no sadism or hatred or intimacy in a single bullet to the heart.
It's very robotic.
Killing your girlfriend or her lookalikes usually is, if nothing else, a lot less sterile, if you ask me.
You know what it reminds me of?
What?
The T-800 looking for Sarah Connor.
Yeah.
I wonder if that's what it is.
I saw the time of death was 9 p.m. on the autopsy. Do you have a timeline for the rest of the night's events? Reyes?
That's you, Avis.
I won't trust much of what comes out of his mouth. Oh, he managed. Makes it less biased, so it says.
Give me a second.
Alright. 1 second.
Bitch.
1 second has passed.
And we're pretty confident about what we've been able to piece.
Yeah. Sorry, continue.
And we're pretty confident about what we've been able to piece together from their statement. Sorry, I'm also eating dinner.
Nom nom nom.
So they interviewed
My nom-noms.
witnesses. Sounds eerily similar to real police work.
Suspect and his girlfriend were arguing loudly with one another starting around 8 p.m.
Oh, there's the eye. There's the eye.
Wow, 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 wow. Sorry, I had to. Neighbors were very clear about that part.
Yeah, no wonder she keeps it covered by an eye patch most of the time. That would give anyone that's a serious risk of giving someone epilepsy.
Varnish.
Going, wait to tell us about the happy couples domestic problem.
Everyone in the building, maybe everyone find the police.
As you probably gather from what you saw in the arcs, there was a struggle. Furniture turned over, glass shattered. Things go quiet sometime before 9 p.m. And then there's a gunshot.
And then they started playing Bon Jovi for some reason.
Scrubbers are still scrubbing, looking for audio from the area to get a timestamp. But we've heard from enough consensus as to be pretty damn sure about the time.
Burns is still eating something.
You want to read the line?
Right, emergency service got a burst of calls from the block shortly after 9 p.m.
Sorry. No one seemed to recognize the sound for what it was. But the silence I thought was pretty universal.
Officers arrived on the street at 9:08 p.m. Established a parameter and so through the open doors at 9:10 p.m.
10 minutes after the call.
Well, they arrived 8 minutes after, but busted in 2 minutes after that.
And then they find your client, rush over his dead girlfriend, his hand covered in her blood.
And
Code is evidence.
no, they said hand.
At which point they said they moved to secure the scene and the suspect.
Sorry, did you say his hand, singular?
Aha.
Yeah.
Client's mom.
Modded cybernetic right arm.
So his right arm is modded.
Right.
How modded are we talking about here?
Registered with a HAL 85 habilis. Industrial grade, looks like. This is suspect for dexterous manipulation of up to class 4 KPA, which means some minimum grip strength of. Well, basically, he could crush your neck without even gritting his teeth.
Huh.
Why wouldn't you just do that then?
Considering a career change.
No, it's not that. It's just Your eye must be very sensitive for you to put the patch back on each time. And here I thought you just had a 14-year-old sense of fashion.
You think a cop would cover up a dominant eye because it was fashionable? Ugh,
Yeah.
unbelievable.
Yes.
I actually thought the same thing the first time we met.
Oh shut it! You look like you cosplay like Leon Kennedy, but like middle-aged. You what?
Varnus.
Oh.
Varnus. Varnus!
It's your line, dude.
But getting back on
Is he-
track, the arm of his has been in the shop for some time now. You can't work without it. And I got tired.
Be arguing?
Yeah.
When did he put his arm in for repairs?
And he days before he takes his first victim.
Well, if that's his dominant arm, then it probably couldn't have been him. No way you could get that kind of shot using your off arm.
No chance they'll be willing to chalk that up to coincidence.
Your client was arrested on the scene after a preliminary scan passed fingerprints on the revolver. And no one else.
A revolver? What kind?
The old guy. The real old.
Calver M54.
Davis, this is you.
More specifically, a Calva M54 6-chamber 10mm.
Calver? How retro. Civilian firearms from 2031 to 2036. It was bought out by Thortec. Was briefly revived in 2071 with a series of video game memorabilia tie-in promotions meant to increase the in-game item sales, before discontinued in 2071 Q3 for failing to increase the in-game
Third
item
quarter
sales.
for sales. Those are what if people are wondering what Q3 means. Basically, that means the during the autumn season, between the late between the end of December and the start and the end of autumn, it's all for sales.
Uh-huh.
So it was supposed to be the big Christmas thing, but it didn't do well.
No. This was after Christmas.
Oh. Well, that's probably why it didn't do well then.
Never say 99 point something percent. Always go with 90%.
Mm-hmm.
Because you want a number to fall back on. It might be tempting to say 100% or 99%, but always go with 90% or at max 98%. Because again, you want a number to fall back on. Words of wisdom from the Varnai.
Mm-hmm.
The Varnai.
The Varney Bear voice online.
We're talking steel chamber, steel gun, mechanical firing gun.
Really? It doesn't use caseless ammunition?
And no tag.
No tags. How is that? Just how old are we talking here?
Yeah, 24/7 location data. Damn, trigger pulls. Safety coded to owner.
That's actually true, because actual criminals will use stuff that doesn't have traceable serial numbers. Hey, RevoCat! How you doing? I remember seeing, footage of, like, a drug bust, and, they had, an honest-to-God Schofield revolver which is like a cowboy shooter next to like a bag of weed. And like there was a comment on the post that said, "Give Wyatt Earp back his weed, you pigs." But yeah, criminals will actually use older guns because it doesn't have like a traceable serial number. I know I have a lot of older guns that I use in my various crimes. About to try a lethal company challenge.
Which, as her lawyer, I must say that she committed whilst playing Roblox.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Whilst playing, Payday 2. Varnus knows what I'm talking about with your fucking Winchester repeater with the long scope.
Mine?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, how
around.
I turned it into a goddamn monster of a weapon.
Yeah. For the past 3 decades, tags have made shooting crimes. Oh, this is you.
Then there's me in Payday 2 with Eagles. Sorry. Wait, okay, what's worse? Me with a deagle or me with a grand?
I think you with the Duran was far more disgusting.
So you're claiming my client used some kind of antique to commit these crimes?
No, hold on, I want to say something. Avis, regarding you using the M1 Garan, there's a joke to be made about you appropriating an American weapon and an American boyfriend.
Anyway, Avis, this is you.
It's like reverse colonialism. Anyway.
What?
How else do you think he worked out? It was fine time.
What did Avis say to me?
You tried to buy a gun and shit from the other first site. And you can jail
Later.
pieces around the good for someone to find out
Love you too.
So then, M54, that's...
All the year 20.
30-year-old gun. Well, that sure complicates things, doesn't it?
In some ways, sure. But pre-tagging firearms are rare. There'll be less than 1,000 of them left in the whole country. If you were still compatible bullets.
Ammunition would have to be over 30 years old, too. Ammunition does not last that long.
No, it's like something with the powder, right?
Mm-hmm, exactly.
The novelty of weapons kept us in the park. Now we have our hands on it, it's gonna put him away from
Okay, the department complained loud as hell about how deep they had to dig. But with the protocols they found, the tech were able to match the rifling amount with all 6 bullets to the gun your client was found with.
Rifling marks?
bullets fired from guns that old are marked by the barrel's shape.
So if all 6 bullets had the same rifling marks...
You know, they were all fired with the same gun. You could almost say it's the gun's fingerprint, like ballistic markings.
Mm-hmm.
You get the reference. You got the reference, didn't you?
Not as plug and play tag, but it's equally precise science, I assure. If that's not damning enough, spent casings from the other 5 shootings still in the chain.
Without even needing to reload.
The Calvary client was done with is the gun HK used to kill 6 women. No way to lawyer around them.
An untagged gun. Just being anywhere near a weapon like that could warrant your arrest. Being found by the police over a dead body with an untagged gun used at 5 other crime scenes is just... To summarize, then, he believed that my client fought verbally, then physically with his girlfriend, and then he retrieved his weapon and shot her.
Yeah, pretty much.
How did he look when the officers found him?
Guilty.
How was his effect?
Quiet, detached. It's death.
Not exactly the picture of a grieving heart.
That reaction may have lost him points with the cops. Beyond that, people react to loss in all kinds of unusual ways. And as long as the police are suspicious of you, there's no right way to grieve. Checking my phone here, and I have to say, you've done a pretty admirable job of keeping the details of HK's crimes a secret. The less reputable sites are doing some real journalistic acrobats trying to piece together a story.
Yeah. The top 10 theories of who hurts at HK was a real way to read.
Can I just say, I fucking hate how we always have to afford, like, more humanity to serial killers and, like, mass shooters than their actual fucking victims.
Yeah.
Like,
Because one
incels
gets
are
clicked,
just...
the other doesn't.
Like, incels are just fucking pieces of shit.
Yeah, it's the reason why Avis and I watch Coffee House Crime, because he actually does focus a lot more on the victims than just the serial killers, and he mocks the killers.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, to be honest, you just need to look at the first modern serial killing of Jack the Ripper to see it's nothing new.
Priest HK's managed to bring out of the woodwork the best few.
Can you blame them, though? I mean, he's a genuine serial killer. Repeat offenders in general are an endangered species, but he's gotten away with...
Oh, well, he's gotten away with this.
Take a look around us, detective. National DNA Registry is robust enough that cases never go cold. Cameras on every street, a phone on every citizen. Violent crime at an all-time low, and clearance rates at all-time highs.
But you're not just about some old school bullshit about invasion of privacy.
No, I'm not. People are safer now than at any other time in history, detectives. So when someone like Heartbreak does come along...
Good point.
London's trying to look like he can laugh it off. But pressure from the higher-ups must be reaching its peak. They want, maybe need, to see someone charged, and that makes them predictable.
I wonder if she's actually part robot herself.
Probably. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's you, Avis.
Yeah, well... Even if there's nothing standard about HK.
I wonder if Morgan is the Heartbreak killer. Wouldn't that be a twist?
Oh, God.
I mean, I've never seen that done before in a game like this.
Department SOP, so dictates we starve the media for case details.
That way, when we do feed them, they're grateful for whatever scraps they get.
The more things change.
We can't take all the credit this time around. Almost had to tighten it and tight-lipped, but it's not like there's much info for us to leak in the first place.
I mean, I've actually
hate that you
seen
really
that
got into
done
it,
in some mystery novels where the protagonist is actually the killer, like So Dark the Night.
Isn't that a massive spoiler?
Oh yeah, it is. But that's also like from the 1930s, so...
Right, it's 90-year-old media at this point.
Mm-hmm.
I just made myself feel old as hell.
And why is that?
Because none of the shootings were caught up on the up-to-the crime surveillance system.
How's that even possible? I know there are some rough areas in the lower wards, but Optics is watching every other street in the entire city. You're saying you haven't seen this killer on camera once.
That means
Hence-
the killer knows where the cameras are.
And also, hence why they grabbed the first guy they saw with his hand on a gun.
You think we'd let him kill 6 people if we did?
I mean, what this is going to show me is that you're kind of bad at your jobs.
All of you. From the chief on down.
I understand your concern, man, but Optics is only what it says in the name. Private surveillance systems standing up to feed into the state's security. It's not perfect, just another one of many public safety tools in our belt.
This one happens to be defective.
It's not meant to be perfect, it's meant to help us solve crimes. Or at least act as a deterrent.
One would
It
hope
appears
so.
to have done neither.
Fat chance. Deterrents are for war rooms and board meetings. Anyone desperate or crazy enough to commit a crime in a city like this couldn't care less about anything as vague as the consequences of their actions.
It's like a safety blanket. One of very few holes left in. But it does have holes.
What? They're sounding more like PR statements than detectives now.
Picking up those remaining holes takes effort. And that effort usually means repairing this. There's all kinds of technical details and digital bureaucracy. The end result is that there are occasional localized black. And the math used to schedule them is not impossible to predict.
I see.
Those windows of opportunity are small and short. Taking advantage of them requires specific knowledge.
And you're saying that my client, a working class and by all accounts mentally ill cyborg, was able to take advantage of that window.
Objection! Oh, sorry, wrong game.
Not just once, but 6 times.
You'd need to be involved in law enforcement, pub data, or city planning. We've got it.
Oh, thanks
We've got
so
our
much.
killer. We've got our killer. Farrah Reyes, you're the heartbreak killer.
You think
Doubt.
it's her? She's too cute. You can't-
I don't know.
Alright.
I mean, it could be. That could be what she uses the eye for.
I can fix her.
What?
I can fix her. You can't convict her.
No.
I can fix her.
They'd have
No.
mentioned it if my client was a cop, and he wouldn't have needed a public defender either. His file says he's modded for heavy mass manipulation, not tech interfacing. So that just leaves city planning. Eh. So does he work construction for the city?
HK's only ever struck at times in locations where optics would be down.
So he knows when they would be down, at least.
Even if the devil's going on, it can't possibly be a coincidence.
Wait, so you're saying when this woman was killed...
Yeah. There was a blackout from around 8 to 9 tonight.
Could it be someone within optics?
I think so.
Right on schedule, so to speak.
Hi, Vabe. Are you high?
My ears are ringing.
Why are your ears
Shark
ringing?
swimming.
Because of high.
Shark swimming
hold
through
on.
the air again. Oh lord.
Hold on. Let me look in your eyes.
look at my eyes.
They're very pretty, and also, yeah, you're baked. Babe.
Wait, I thought my eyes only look red if I smoke. They look red without.
No.
They're dilated.
Oh, I see.
They're very, like, meh.
Can
Hold
I
on.
be?
No, I want to kiss you.
No, that's not what you wanted. I was lying to.
Can I get a drink?
No. Because of what you did.
Okay, I'll get a drink myself. Right on schedule, so to Oh, that's Avis, sorry.
Yeah, and I just said that line, and it included the area surrounding the victim's apartment.
I'll take
It's
it.
blueberry, though.
I'll take it. You brought it to me. What about the DNA from the other crime scenes? Was my client a match?
Yo, Varn.
No blood, no saliva, no suspect's DNA to any of the crimes.
No footage and no forensics?
That's still you, Varn.
Varnes!
Give me a sec, Jesus Christ.
That's more like
Oh.
awareness.
You
No.
cannot see the Varn
Also
eye.
no motives, tampering, or witness.
Hello, Skimble.
Look, hunting a damn ghost. Didn't even have a murder weapon.
What are you... Babe, I can't right now. I'm doing a stream.
You did it with the stream
Until
last time.
now.
I did. Finally, a lucky break for the boys in blue.
Who don't even really wear blue anymore, so I don't know why we keep calling them that.
Phones, forensics, or how you dress it up with tech. All detective work relies on one basic assumption. People make mistakes.
Bless me and pardon me.
But HK is the kind of monster who doesn't make mistakes. The reason we even come tonight was because he finished what he had set out to do all along.
So was my client on the list of suspects before tonight?
Are you listening? There was no list of suspects.
Questioned some exes, a few CIs, one's even spoke to one or two enlisted at some point. Nothing came of it. They were stuck about starring on some kind of psyche ball or something. Never expected much to come of it. There's just not enough there to work.
In other words, the only kind of thing they have, the only thing they could have, to link my client to those killings, is the murder weapon.
I love how even London is starting to point out the issues with this.
If I can jostle that keystone, the rest of their case should start to come loose as well. Thanks for the chat, detectives. I think I understand the background well enough now. Candidly, I see the same strokes as you do, and the picture it paints isn't pleasant. But even so, it seems a bit unrefined to be brought before a judge, don't you think?
Hey, it's only our job to catch the boss. He is the one who gets the conviction. Besides, not exactly gonna have to work hard to convince anyone of his guilt.
And why is that?
Because we found a handwritten confession at his desk.
Oh, that complicates things. Well, that's,
Well, why didn't you say that before?
Yeah, maybe mention that part first, idiot! I'm sorry, you're now telling me that he wrote a confession? Has it been verified?
Not yet.
Yes.
Sorry, we have to muscle past everyone in fraud and disinfo to get to the front of that line.
My brother. That's covered in his fingerprints.
That doesn't mean it was his handwriting. Gee. They're about as sloppy as real cops.
There's a copy in the Discovery Dab, but I should warn you.
Doesn't exactly make for light reading.
I'll have to manage somehow. I need to see this confession for myself. Who wants to read it?
Sorry for everything. Can't say it enough. I didn't mean to hurt you or do what I did. Did not want any of it to happen. Can't stay in control when I get mad. When I'm not in control, I hurt people without meaning to. Wish I had broken them. Didn't mean to at first, but I was hurting. Want you to hurt too, but didn't want to hurt you. Words are enough, I know that now. Take responsibility and do what I've been avoiding. Please forgive me.
That was difficult to read. Barely legible, in fact.
Well, go spin on that,
No need.
but it's a confession.
Not a confession that he signed, though, is it?
Not yet.
And not one he intends to sign anytime soon, considering that he asked for representation. The cats are chasing each other.
Of course they are.
They've got the zoomies.
Are you two chasing each other? Calm your asses down.
Yeah, the most wanted man in the city asked for a lawyer, not got you. Ugh, poor bastard. Is you both lucky?
Hardly. I just happened to be awake when the call went out. But I'm not so flush with work that I can afford to turn tail now. So if you don't mind, I'd like to go and speak with my client. Babe, I need to be able to see.
Okay, you get one eye.
Okay, I get one eye. What? He's not still handcuffed in there, is he?
Look, Counselor, with all due respect, we have strong evidence pointing to that man being responsible for sick murder. 2 hours or so in cuffs isn't cruel or unusual.
Yes, it fucking is!
And that's for your safety as well.
It's kind of you to worry, but I doubt I'll be in any danger. Yes, that is fucking cruel and unusual, you fucking pigs!
He killed 6 women.
None of them were redheads.
Ugh.
Seriously, though, I'd like to speak with him alone. Now. Camera's off, if you don't mind. Mic's on or off is your call, Counselor.
Is a hate crime about to occur? Sounds like a hate crime's about
But
to
we'll be
occur.
watching the feed from right outside in case anything happens. Varnus, you need to read your lines. And the cuffs? The cuff,
cuff?
that is.
Varnus is on strike.
Stays on.
Okay.
Varnus is starting a union.
That worried about me? How chivalrous.
Yeah, my armor's practically.
Gross. I'll start up the unlock cycle.
Counselor, just one last word of advice. If you have any interest in his well-being, I suggest you help him sign that confession.
Not a bad idea. I do get paid either way. But the defense part of defense attorney isn't just for show, detective.
I mean it. 6 people dead is one thing. He's also caused weeks of widespread terror and public unrest. Putting it another way, he's made the state look bad.
The state always looks bad, detective.
I know that. Capital crime if there ever was one. Even if the death penalty's not actually on the table these days, I can guarantee he's not gonna like whatever rehab plan they draw up for him. Look, I've seen the virtual work release program in person, and it's
Being challenged before the Supreme Court.
sometime in the next decade, maybe. Just remember, the deal might feel like a loss for you. Keeps him from, wow, probably a win for your client, right?
This is actually kind of a police thing. They will put pressure on defense attorneys to get convicts to pursue a plea deal. Prison sentences are generally lighter for those who plead guilty, that much is true. It saves the courts a great deal of time and money, and they show their gratitude with reduced sentencing. But no one will ever be grateful towards the heartbreak killer.
Or whoever they say that is.
Anyone convicted for killing 6 people. They'll never rest their mind another day in their life.
I'm gonna go to bed now.
Good night,
Bye.
Avis.
Night.
It's depressing as
You want to voice
hell.
them?
You want to voice some LRB?
I can, yeah.
All right,
Okay.
I'm going to have to shrink you guys down a little bit. Just your icons.
Right.
Beep. It's depressing as hell in here. They need to liven this place up. Carlos flat, right? Hope you don't mind if I get comfortable. We've got a lot to cover. But this shouldn't take all night.
What are you... Look, I already told you people I didn't...
I'm not a cop, Carlos. Furthest thing from it. I'm a lawyer. Your lawyer, in fact. And I'm here to help you.
Yeah, well... They said that too. All of them did. Back there, in here, kept repeating it the whole ride over. They said that they were gonna help me. That they knew this was all a mistake. Then they said that I killed. Acting like they were on my side. And they thought that I could have...
It's not their job to help you, Carlos. But it is mine, and I'm here now. He's still in shock. I need more information. But if I approach this the wrong way, he'll just clam up even more. I'm sure you're exhausted. It's probably difficult to think, let alone speak. But I'd like you to try and answer a few questions.
The police already...
Questioned you, I'm sure, but they were treating you as a suspect, not as a client.
Okay. So what do you want to know?
Let's start simple. Something mundane. Grounded. Rote. I'd like to know a bit more about you first, Carlos. Something like, what line of work are you in?
I'm with city engineering. Or I was, or should be.
As I thought. The police must be convinced he mapped the optics blackouts using data he stole from work.
My arm, I got it slotted for the job. And,
Carlos, I'm gonna need more than that. So what do I know? He works in city engineering, not a desk job. Reyes says he was modded for work, and that arm must be in custody at the moment, but based on his shoulder, it'd have to be pretty utilitarian. Hold on, let me look. Utilitarian. Utilitarian, yeah. He doesn't strike me as the type who's enamored with the aesthetics of modding. The young and restless and the rich, swapping in neon and chrome limbs because they like the way it looks, or the way it makes other people start looking at them. No, he's pragmatic, grounded, and very unlucky, in which case, I should be too. You know, my brother wanted to mod.
really?
Really. I don't even have a brother. He had everything planned out. A whole career path of promotions and bonuses and the upgrades they'd afford him. Then came his 18th birthday present, test results politely informing him that he's not a viable candidate.
That sucks.
I think he felt relieved, actually. Seemed like it was a weight off his chest. Like he was glad that he didn't have to choose. Does that make any sense?
Yeah, I think it does. I've always figured if I'd start at all, I'd start small. A hand or an eye. You know, test the water. Never thought about lobbing my whole damn arm off, but the recruiter was enthusiastic. He said, cause of the NCDA, there was financial aid and resources. Of course, that got shit canned, so now me and every other modder is rarely screwed. Couldn't even let me keep the tax credit.
Yeah, sounds about right.
The new Citizens with Disabilities Act was amended, not repealed. But I doubt he'd appreciate the distinction at the moment.
Who's that?
Hey, Kasetsu, you
Hydra.
wanna-
Hey,
Okay.
Kasetsu! You
I'll be
are
right
live
back.
on stream.
Hello,
I work-
stream. Hello, chat.
I work the tighter spaces, the high volt environments, mostly canopy upkeep. Typical stuff for modders, you know?
He's speaking freely now. Don't need to do much more than repeat his words back to him to keep him talking. But the right word choice here or there can still make a difference. If you work on the canopy, you must be...
What's this game?
It is...
Called Of the Devil.
must
That's
be
wonderful.
under a lot
I
of
just got
pressure.
back from buying Warhammer stuff.
You must be under a lot of pressure now that the subways are cordoned off.
Damn straight. And this crap went long? Once word got out that the case against him was real, every desk job in the chain became terrified of their own shadow. All of them convinced that internal affairs is gonna come knocking if they misplace so much as a paperclip. Everything's by the book means no room for compromise, no room for problem solving.
No room for engineering.
Yeah. And no
Workers.
patience for screw-ups.
He's trying very hard not to look at his shoulder. Why aren't you wearing your prosthetic right now, Carlos?
Yeah, that. Rejection issues starting last month. A lot of sleepless nights.
Rejection. Did the mod therapy not take?
It's not like that. I wasn't oozing pus out of my sockets or anything.
Then do these rejection issues have anything to do with your scars?
Not in the way you're thinking. I'm right-handed.
I see. So those cuts on his
See the
face are
issue?
just from shaving?
Never thought this go on so long that I have to relearn how to do everything. I mean, the problem started small, you know, trembling, but then spasms. Just oversensitivity, they said. An easy fix, they said.
But the problem got bigger.
Couldn't let it get that far. Need to be able to trust your own hands when you're on the job site. Drop a cutter at the wrong moment and people could get hurt. So I sat down, made an appointment, turned in my arm, and watched my case get placed at the back of the damn line.
Where did you turn it in?
Some mass turnaround chop shop with a waiting list like you wouldn't.
It doesn't sound like you're a happy customer.
Hell no. I found a dozen other clinics with shorter wait times. But as long as I'm renting and not owning,
The manufacturer decides where your arm gets maintenance. Flat's prosthetic. That is evidence.
yeah. 5 weeks ago to be exact.
What evidence have I not read yet? You read that.
Did you read about the vase? For some reason, that's sticking out to me.
Yeah, it was the vase. The manufacturer...
And that's why I'm sitting here with this expensive-ass stump for a shoulder. I haven't been able to work in weeks. Bosses were generous enough to say my position might still be there when I've got to work in arms again.
You couldn't buy or rent a replacement yourself, just in the meantime?
I serve at the pleasure of the state, ma'am. And they've got exclusivity contracts with Hindi, all locked up white knuckle tight.
Hindi? How
Industries?
As I recall, he's registered as one of their habilis models.
If I took one step on site with uninsured tech, forget the fines, I'd lose the down payment and my arm. And I'd never work in this city again. If this was last quarter, maybe I could have worked something out with management, but like I said, no one's sticking their neck out for anyone now that longs in deep hot shit.
You mentioned discomfort. Are you in pain?
Pain will come and go, it's the itches that'll kill you. My man, nothing worse than an itch you can't scratch.
Mm-hmm.
And the phantoms come back pretty fast when I don't have any. Ugh.
Phantom pain. Mm-hmm.
Ow. Arm shaped attached to me.
Mm-hmm. Didn't they give you something to, well, wear in the meantime? Something the clinics lend out for cases like this?
What they gave me is a deadweight, 3-jointed landfill bait piece of shit. Sorry, it's a very shitty feeling having a part of your body that you know they cut corners on. It fits, it's technically compatible. I can slot it in and feel on balance again. But the fingers don't even bend and the quick twitch motors are way off. It's like walking around with your arm asleep or dead.
So you were wearing it when... you were arrested? Were you wearing it when you were arrested?
No, I wasn't. But I'm pretty sure I saw the police bagging it as evidence, so... You got profiled, my dude.
That's rental. Not his arm, his rental.
Yeah.
So...
Hey! Sizable student dead, oh no.
Luck. Poor.
No shit.
Welcome back, Brian.
Welcome back.
Yes.
I'm just gonna be muted for a little bit.
Can't have gotten too far.
So Detective Reyes was being quite literal about how he was found. He had the victim's blood on his left arm only, because at the time in question, he didn't have a right. no inconsistencies in the story so far, and he's opened up about as well as can be expected. But this has all been just a warm-up for both of us. Now comes the delicate part.
Man, why did your voice get all scary like that?
That's happened a couple of times, don't you know? Carlos, you and the victim were romantically involved. How long did you two know each other?
Right. I've known her since college. We shared a few classes, some mutual friends. Always got along. Eventually, we just got together at some point. Guess I never actually asked her out the real formal way.
Oh. Sort of like Lexi and me.
Sounds pretty cowardly saying that out loud.
I mean, yeah, with us it just kinda happened.
Appeared, happened.
Mm-hmm.
Here, building the bearers of the word.
Huh?
I went to the Warhammer store and picked up a bunch of my resin models that I ordered. So I'm building some word bearer stuff.
Diane, she was in genetics. Focus her studies on agriculture.
It always takes them a few tries to get used to using past tense.
Just finished her post-grad work this year, too. Got hired right out the gate. Practically headhunted. You believe that? Practically headhunted. Of course she was. Any company'd be lucky to have her. Unlike... It was a real ass job. Paid real ass money, too.
We found a motive.
Possible.
So her career was starting to pan out, right as yours had fallen into the mother of all slumps. Where was she hired?
Pedigree? No. Perigee Laboratories. I say that like the name matters. The whole setup's under Harco's umbrella.
That doesn't narrow it down. The Harvest Corporation grows a third of the soybeans and corn in this entire country. It's like how... It's literally
the Midwest
just...
is the Harvest Corporation.
It's literally like how the largest farmland owner in the country is Bill Gates. I'm not even kidding.
I believe you.
One client that size, the lab wouldn't need any others. Now, no corporation earns the mega prefix without a little throat cutting, but Harco is about as tame as big business can get. Predictable like the seasons. No one's gonna buy that they had some lab tech murdered because of corporate greed.
I would.
Had she adjusted well to her new job?
Yeah, they loved having her there.
She never mentioned arguments or disputes, corporate politics getting rough?
I don't think so. Not like I've been a good listener lately either. But I never got the impression that she... Look, no one I know could do this to her. And there's nothing she could have done that would deserve... what happened to her.
It was a long shot, hoping for a disgruntled character from her past to shift blame onto. But with no other suspects, I can't just reshuffle the detective's suspicions. I'll have to disprove their arguments entirely.
Huh?
Thank you, Carlos. That was very helpful.
My finger off.
It was?
Now I'd like you to try and tell me whatever you can about what happened tonight.
Oh.
Start at the beginning and take your time. The details are important.
Alright, Miss,
Morgan,
I'll try, Morgan.
when you're ready.
We were arguing. We'd been arguing a lot lately. Arguing about stupid stuff. I hadn't been working, hadn't been making money, hadn't been pulling my weight. I was mad at myself, but more than that, I was jealous of her. Jealous over nothing. Jealous over goddamn money.
The reports say you were arguing around 8 p.m.
8? Yeah, it must have been when we started. We got into it, and I said a lot of things that I shouldn't have. And I said one thing that I really, really shouldn't have. I crossed the line, and we both knew it, so I left.
You left?
Yeah, walked out the front door. Thought some fresh air might help me cool off. Help me figure out what to say to make it up to her. Of course, the air wasn't fresh, just humid. Thick like mud. Almost like I was in Chicago.
Uh-huh.
And while I was pissing away the time, Diane was
Covered in resin.
Sounds like a body's coughing in here.
Yeah, sorry, a bit of cigarette butt got lodged in my throat. Did you bring your phone with you or any other electronics?
No. I kinda stormed off. Didn't even take my key fobs. Didn't even lock the door behind me. Fuck.
With optics down, traffic and street-level cameras won't help him. That leaves... Did you go through a checkpoint or talk to anyone with modded eyes? Did you buy anything, cash or credit?
No, not even a vending machine.
Not even a damn vending machine, huh? I may have met my match. How can anyone be this unlucky? That's quite unfortunate.
I just wanted quiet at the time. Wanted to wallow in it, really.
I know what that's like.
Sorry if I don't have all the details quite right. My head is full of people calling me Dick Gumshoe for some reason. But if my exact route would help, the cameras probably... Wait, what? What is it? Optics was what? Can that even happen?
And there's no other proof that you were out at the time Diane was killed. Meaning you've got no alibi.
This can't... Listen, I didn't do this. I couldn't.
Carlos, I'm the one person you don't have to
Mary, stop eating cigarettes.
Carlos, I'm the one person you don't have to try and convince. After all, I'm your lawyer. So let's just get it all out there and see what we've got to work with.
Right.
Now, you said you left to clear your head. What made you come back?
I came back because I heard a noise. A loud noise. Didn't know what it was. But it was loud, and it scared me. And it came from the direction of our apartment. I was walking back at first. But at some point I must have started running because when I got back I was so out of breath. And when I saw that the door was open, that the front door was open, something dropped in my chest and my lungs wouldn't.
You live on the first floor, right?
Yeah, first floor apartment, street facing entrance.
The most dangerous apartment to live in.
We were proud of that when we first moved in. Like it was some kind of big deal. From the hallway I saw her, but I didn't realize. I never thought she was. The lights were off. The whole room was a mess. Thought we'd been robbed or she'd fallen or there was broken glass, furniture knocked over. And she was. I called her name and she didn't move. I checked her pulse and she was still warm. Her blood was warm. And I saw the gun. Looked so heavy, but I thought it had to be fake because I didn't want it to be real.
Is that why you picked it up?
What? Pick it up? I didn't touch that thing. I didn't shoot her, damn it.
Doing what I do, you hear a lot of lies. White lies, blatant lies, hasty lies, bad lies, especially.
Stop doing that, ma'am.
For me, it's always been easy to spot a lie. But it can be hard to know what to do about it. I have all the proof I need in my files, but he's nervous and defensive. And none of this works if he doesn't trust me. Stay up to date on the details of all evidence by checking your phone. If your clients notice that you don't know what you're talking about, they'll stop giving you any credit.
Longer credible.
You
Social
did
credit
touch the gun,
deducted
Carlos. That's just a fact because
of your prints.
it's a fact that your fingerprints are on that gun.
What? But I didn't do this. I wasn't
lawyer
thinking.
or
I
were you
was just.
interrogating?
I'm a lawyer, Carlos. All I'm saying is that you picked it up. That's all. Would you believe me?
Would you believe me if I said I didn't realize it was a gun?
That explains how his prints got on the gun, but not in a way that would satisfy the police. Still, if all he did was hold the gun.
So stupid. I know what a gun looks like. Typo. But seeing it in my own home, right in front of.
You were in shock, Carlos. You still are.
The police came in sometime after that. I don't remember much of what they said. Things started moving fast, it seemed like. The rest of my night went probably the way you'd expect.
Carlos, you admit to having a verbal argument with Diane, but you said you were surprised to see the room trashed when you got back. To clarify, you're saying that the two of you never had a physical fight?
What? Physical? We never fought. We never fought like that. Did the police say we did?
They assumed as much. Which means they also assumed the room was disheveled well before the shooting occurred. Considering what Carlos has told me, what else did they assume?
Yes.
What is it?
I'd like you to take a look at
They
something for
assumed
me.
yes.
The crime scene.
Oh.
It's an AR module built from data taken as the police entered, so...
Right, it's just that...
It's just data, Carlos. No grisly details.
Okay. Let me see it.
Take your time.
Alright, I think I've got it.
That's how the police found things. Now close your eyes and think back to how the room looked when you left. Try and focus on what's out of place.
Alright,
I'll take notes. You just say whatever comes to mind.
I don't remember exactly where everything was. But, well, the mirror was upright, of course. And that clock was still on the wall. The chair got knocked over at some point. The bed got tossed, the cushions torn, and the urn fell. Other than that, no, sorry, that's all that stands out to me.
I see.
Well, we know what that plastic was, or the debris.
Like so.
I crashed.
That's okay. What's wrong? Something out of place? Carlos, you need to trust your instinct. If anything seems off, don't be afraid to speak up. Did you make that in MS Paint?
Your handwriting is shit.
Your drawing skills are shit.
Yeah.
It's just, I guess I just assumed your notes had been making edits to the AR.
Well,
Really?
I suppose that works too.
I'm sorry, Miss Morgan, I'm stupid. I didn't mean... I think your drawing was pretty good, considering.
I'd like to change the subject now, Carlos.
Before I
Right.
hurt you.
Let's talk about the letter that was found on your desk.
Letter? What do you mean?
I mean this letter here. Do you recognize it? Because the police are calling it a confession.
A confession? But this is...
It's even my handwriting.
This is just a note to self.
Pardon?
Look, when we fight, I lose my temper. Say things I don't mean. So this morning, I tried writing things down so I'd have a script to stick to. So I could apologize to her instead of just fighting with her.
Carlos, you say in the note that you hurt them.
That's... I broke her fidget tubbies.
What?
Her fucking what?
Or what?
Him. Her what?
Her fidget tubbies.
Oh my god.
You're adorable.
You're stupid.
I love
They're
that.
these collectibles, ceramic character things.
Oh.
Oh god, they're basically Labubus. They're supposed to be like tactile. You use them as paperweights or
I love them.
conversation starters.
Yeah, I'd say they're conversation starter.
The conversation starts with, "What the fuck is that?"
I must have it!
She loved those little things. They're not worth a damn, but you can buy them at any flea market or garage sale. But they meant a lot to her. And I broke them. I mean, I was pissy at the time, but...
They are evidence now!
Oh my god, they're just like these things that actually exist that are called Labubus.
My shitty drawing.
But that goddamn piece of shit rental arm. I hardly know when I'm swinging it, where I'm swinging it half the time. Got so angry I just ripped it off and tossed it in my room. That cheap, dusty, worthless...
Okay, let's say he did break her frigiduckies with his replacement arm. What does that change? Nothing at the moment. There's not enough detail in the note for me to prove what his intent was when he sat down to write it. But if the police insist on claiming it's a confession for the heartbreak killings anyway...
Couldn't even bother to swoop him up, I felt so...
All right, Carlos. Thank you for answering my questions. Now I'm going to call the police back in here, and I'm going to get this cleared up for you.
on. I was trying to find what I was talking about. What? That's it?
That's it.
Oh. Okay.
Although before I do that, I do have to ask, what do you know about the Heartbreak Killer?
Heartbreak? You mean that psycho that was trending all month? No, not Logan Paul. I mean, as much as anyone, I guess. I haven't been getting out much, but I'm sure everyone's on edge. A guy like that out there. He shoots people through the heart, right?
But the police have kept the victim's appearances far away from any upstanding news sources. So unless he was already following the murders, Carlos wouldn't notice any resemblance to his girlfriend.
I mean, she was shot in the chest, but that's just... That doesn't mean anything, does it?
If he's this slow on the uptake, it's gonna be a real shock when those officers walk in here and accuse him of being a serial killer.
I heard
Just
that.
have to squash that theory as quickly and definitively as possible.
I always get the dog-coated guys, don't I?
You always do get the dog-coated guys.
Shouldn't I be getting them, though?
I feel like Carlos kind of fits for LRB's vocal range. He's kind of got that gruffness to him.
Yeah, but what about me? I can do gruff. I mean,
You're already doing gruff with Detective London.
Yeah.
I didn't,
Where's Greg?
I didn't realize you could smoke in here.
Technically, I can smoke wherever I want. Smoking for a fee. Code 9316. Smoking in a non-smoking area. Yeah!
I guess so.
Jail.
Nervous? Don't be. I'm the one who's on the clock.
Right. I'm sure this isn't your first time doing this.
No, of course not. It will be my first homicide defense, though.
Oh.
Why does everyone think the first time's so goddamn important? Hey, cheer up. I've got relevant experience in other areas. LRB?
Oh, sorry.
LRB?
Oh, right. And, what areas are those?
You ever gamble, Carlos?
No, ma'am. I never go anywhere near loot boxes. I mean...
Oh my god, I love this
Won't
game.
touch the stuff.
I meant more like playing cards.
Oh, well then, no to that too. I've actually got pretty terrible luck.
I can
What do you mean, you know?
I can tell.
What's
Could
that
have
supposed to
fooled
mean?
Me. Well, what I do is a lot like poker, Carlos. Poker's nice because even if you're dealt nothing but crap all night long, you can still win. Which makes things pretty fun.
Okay, so, you got a pretty good poker face then?
I like to think so.
And are you lucky?
Only when the stakes are high.
And, in this metaphor, we're playing poker. I'm surprised you know what a metaphor is.
That's wild.
And the state's the dealer?
If only. No, the state's more like the house.
Stop doing that with your eyes. You mean like the house always wins?
Yes. They're very good at it. Winning, I mean. That's why they're up there and we're down here. That's why they're the house.
So what do we do?
We play the cards we're dealt as best we can, win more hands than we lose, keep it up, and eventually someone will come over, tap the dealer on the shoulder, and whisper something in their ear, and we'll be politely asked to leave.
That doesn't sound very triumphant.
The house always wins. So our definition of victory is more like don't lose.
Thanks, Morgan. But I guess I was more asking, like, what should I say?
Just leave all the talking to me.
So that's the strategy. What's up?
You know, there's a saying about gamblers with strategies. Yo,
Yo.
ready to confess yet?
Please.
'Cause I already woke up the DA. Already? She must be new. I mean, do you want to voice Rei as Kasetsu?
Yeah, you can.
Oh.
Avis was doing it, but she
On the
left.
green outfit.
What?
I'll be real with you. Let Varn do it. I'm
Varn's
also,
already
like,
Varn's already voicing Detective London, blonde guy.
Oh shit. Oh, I'm putting together a model.
Okay.
Yeah, no, it's fine,
It's fine.
I'm vibing. When I'm done putting together this, the Ashland Circle and the
All right,
Death
then
Shroud.
I guess I'll just continue voicing the ladies, all of them. The district attorney have final say on whether or not a case is brought to trial. Only fair, since then they're the ones who end up having to actually prove the damn thing. Most of them prefer simple guilty pleas over long, protracted trials, and they all dislike having their time wasted. Unfortunately, then you'll have to call them back, because my client is not guilty. And frankly, I'm not even sure you have enough to hold him here.
Right. What she said. What I was talking about earlier is these cursed-looking little fuckers.
Uh-huh.
Huh, okay, I see.
What are we talking about?
Oh!
I posted it in the chat.
Oh.
Those little fuckers are what those paperweights reminded me of.
Oh, God! No! Get it away!
Yeah.
Different generation. You got a weird sense of humor, counselor. Different generations, I guess. Before my time kind of thing. I'm very serious when it comes to defending a man's innocence, detective.
Counselor, we have your client's written confession.
His written confession. Let's start there.
Okay,
We'll be happy to. The thrust of every argument starts with the facts, what's already known and agreed upon. Public knowledge for every player at the table. It's pretty simple, counselor. Real paint-by-numbers stuff. See, we found a note at his apartment, with his fingerprints on it, apologizing for how he hurt them all so bad. Now, are you planning on spinning that? Those are the facts. But I've been building up my hand all night, and now I've got the weapons to answer everything they try and throw 'em at me. Well, my client did write that note, and it was an apology, but not for murder. He was apologizing for... Analyze the facts as they're laid out, then thumb through the responses in your hand. Drag and drop the card that best answers the argument into the slot on the right. You can mouse over your opponent's portrait for a reminder on what key point that you're answering.
The ceramic crap.
He was simply apologizing for this. The hell is that? I found myself asking that exact same question.
What are we looking?
Can you speak up a bit, Varnus?
Yeah, on give me a second. What are we looking at? Something from the crime scene?
This diagram of the room, it's created from the data you captured, right?
Your non-GMO augmented reality crime scene data.
What's non-GMO?
Not much these days.
Notice anything out of place? Yeah, the whole room is full of busted shit. It's the scene of a murder. Full of busted shit, for sure. But I was more referring to the unidentified ceramic debris found on the western side of the room. The hell is that?
Ceramic debris, huh? From the vase they got lost.
Actually, that's not possible. Because that vase...
Wasn't even broken.
It's not possible for that debris to have come from the vase, because that vase is still pristine. How is that?
How is that possible? The lady at that garage sale told me it was so old and delicate. Damn it! The one time I am thrift shop on my own.
Well, so what? What does it even matter?
If the vase doesn't have a scratch on it,
Then the debris must have come from somewhere else. That debris is what my client wrote that apology over. You're saying that confession was his apology for not vacuuming? I am. Because that pile of rubble is all that remains of the victim's collection of Fiji Bob. Fidget
tubbies.
What he said. Mr. Flat broke the victim's ceramic figures by accident, and this impassioned note to self was his attempt at scripting out an apology.
can you prove that?
We're taking this seriously? As much as I wish we weren't. We're all in agreement that my client wrote that note. And we can plainly see that there's ceramic debris at the crime scene. Now, since it couldn't have come from the vase, then it must come from the collectibles. Those things. Simple, right? The hell are you on about? The entire room was trashed, as Arx clearly shows. Those fidget tubbies must have gotten pulverized during the struggle, too. You really gonna claim that he sat down to write an apology for breaking her toys after gunning her down? Not a bad train of thought, but I can do better. No, those collectibles were destroyed much earlier than that, and there's proof. The rental.
The rental.
It'd probably have to be because the other stuff don't make sense.
Just take a closer look at the rental you took into custody. Huh? One swipe of your finger should show exactly how devastating it was to the fickle buddy ecosystem. It's fidget tubbies. Whatever. You did take it into custody. I'm sure your techs found ceramic debris on it, yes?
Now that you mention...
Fine, whatever. He broke them with his arm. While he was killing her. Happy? Overjoyed, because...
Because even a cheap arm's got an operating system that logged last time it was worn, right?
Right.
See, I happened to spot a footnote on the lab report. It said the rental hadn't been used since the AM.
Whose side are you on, old man?
Gone pretty late, sunshine. I sort of felt...
Well, thank you for your service. Well, thank you for your service. Are you seriously buying this crap? Just look at how scrawled, how panicked that note is. You expect me to believe he was that upset over a fidget tubby collection?
He wasn't using his dominant hand.
One that
Right.
hasn't even been graded? Setting aside Detective Reyes's surprising depth of knowledge when it comes to collectibles.
Which means she collects those fucking things too.
She does!
How do you, my question is, how do you write the note? Did he just like put it down and write it with his hand, or did he write it with his mouth?
He's right-handed, so he was writing with his non-dominant hand.
Yeah.
Which is why it's
because if he wrote the note later than what happened, then he would be technically he would either have to hold it or have to have written it on a surface.
Yeah, on a desk, which is where it was found. You're correct, they hold no real monetary value. It would be odd for Carlos to be so shaken over their loss. But so what? So what? After all, that's not panic you're seeing on that page. No, the only reason that note looks the way it does is because Carlos is right-handed. Because Carlos is right-handed. LRB?
Yeah, I am. Did they not know that? Shouldn't that be on my permanent record or something? I'm supposed to be the dumb one here?
So the reason why that note looks like asylum wall scribbles is just because he had to use his left hand to write it.
I tend to think better writing than typing. That's scary. And I need to get used to using my left anyway. I just thought it could be good practice.
Taking that in... LRB, this... Oh, Varnus, this is you.
Taking that into account, alongside the ceramics...
Your slam dunk confession is looking about as watertight as a fishnet.
This guy's too dumb for prison. We have to help him.
Okay, fine. Forget about the confession. Congratulations, counselor. You've established that your client's remorseless. Now let's get back to the reality of the situation. Here are the facts. We found your client at the scene of the crime, wearing a coat covered in the victim's blood, right next to a big old goddamn gun that just so happened to have his fingerprints on it. That's right, the coat is... What, you're gonna claim it's not his? That he actually wears an extra small? She's trying to bait me, in her typical low-key fashion.
No, extra small is actually my condom size, miss.
As the arguments flow, you won't always have the stronger hand. Sometimes the best you can do is hold your tongue and avoid overcommitting. Try to lose as little credit as possible while you wait for a more favorable chance. She must have something. No sense playing into it. Something you'd like to... I'm going to save, yes.
Oh, and just so you know, it was because she insisted I wear that size, not that it actually fits.
What?
He's trying to cover his ass. I noticed something weird about that pill case. It doesn't have all the days on it. Only has one T. Unless that one is open. The open one happens to be the Tuesday slot.
Something you'd like to ask me, Detective? I'm just curious. What'll it be next? You gonna tell me he actually wears an extra small? Gee, Carlos, do you? No.
No.
Yeah, sure there's no evil twin you've forgotten to mention? No, I'm afraid not. Not even gonna go for a mysterious third party at the scene of the crime? To prove his innocence, I will need to get there eventually, but going there now without hard evidence... I have no evidence of a third person at this time. Damn right you don't. It's clear as day in the arcs. No evidence of anyone that Carlos being there that night, so keep dreaming. It was obvious she had something there. I wasn't gonna win that hand either way, but at least I didn't overstep and take more damage than I had to. We're not contesting any of that, Detective. My client freely admits to holding that gun. He picked it up at confusion after coming home to a brutal crime scene, which was not smart.
Hey!
But not illegal either. And that's all. He had her blood all over his clothes. Yes, he did. Varnis?
That's fine.
Varnis?
Right.
Do you have those clothes on hand, by the way?
Well, I've finished with them a while.
What are you getting at? It'll be easier to just show you. Would you mind getting them for me? You know what? Sure, I could use the fresh air. Stinks of bullshit in here anyway.
And here I thought the room smelled like...
Psst, Morgan. Oh, that's you.
Morgan, what are you doing? My coat's covered in her blood. I remember that much. So didn't that, like, make me look really bad?
Just relax, Carlos.
I'm pretty sure that's impossible.
You're innocent. And that means having more evidence will always help you, not hurt you.
Really?
Really. Not really.
Uh,
Plenty of innocent people in prison. People with bad luck, or bad lawyers. People
both.
People shouldn't count on the truth to come out easy. More often than not, it takes coaxing.
What was it that reminded?
Alright, here it is. One blood-stained jacket, fresh from the lab. So what's your angle? You gonna tell us this is actually just hot sauce? No. That would be silly. She actually
She
thought
thought
it...
it over.
Oh, sorry, that was you, Varnis. Say it again.
She actually thought it over.
So what the hell's your point? Hey. Sorry, just got thrown off by the turn of good fortune. What good fortune? You should thank the detective for bringing you your jacket, Carlos. She's just proven your innocence. My client was arrested wearing this coat. He would have been wearing it at the time of the murder. It has the victim's blood on it, who we know died when she was shot in the heart, by a gun that happens to be an old, worn, pre-tagging firearm. And so this coat proves he couldn't have been the shooter. Is there a gas leak in here? In what world does that make any sense? Sense happens to be key here. I just need to draw their attention to what they can...
what's sense?
Save.
It doesn't matter.
Definitely saving right here.
Well, I mean, you'd probably be able to smell the gunpowder. Unless they cleaned it.
Yeah. That is possible.
Just do me one favor, detective. Tell me what you smell. I don't smell anything except dry blood. Exactly.
Oh
It
my
smells
God.
like blood, but it doesn't smell of... Cigarette!
That's what I've been smelling. Could you please stop reading my goddamn lines,
Sorry,
Mary?
I forgot that it's you.
How do you keep forgetting?
Because I get locked in.
Always locked in.
Yes, Detective London, I was smoking earlier. Could you rejoin the conversation?
I've been listening. You wanted me to smell the jacket?
If you would.
Let's see.
I would like to point out to chat that I just guessed.
What? What about gunpowder? Oh, don't blame yourself for not noticing. This was before your time. You can't be more than a few years older than me. But not before your partners, it seems. See, gunpowder's weak by today's standards, but it's still volatile stuff. Hard to store, prone to misfiring, and when it goes bang, it leaves behind an awful lot of evidence. The hell is she talking about, London?
That's you, Varn.
Varnus?
Modern firearms like the ones we dare use electricity, magnetism, even air pressure or sound. Got more accuracy, more firepower, less recoil, less noise. And they don't leave behind any residue.
Gunpowder residue.
Alright.
You talked my ear off about how difficult it is tracking down a gun that doesn't leave digital traces. But a revolver like this one, it'd leave gunpowder on the skin of whoever fired it for days. So then his coat? If you don't trust your noses, you can check the lab reports. I think if they had found any gunpowder on my client or his clothes, they'd have taken the time to highlight it.
For anyone in the chat that doesn't know, gunpowder fucking reeks.
It stinks. I can attest to that.
Another way to get rid of it is technically stick your hands in diesel fluid. Like literally just stick yourself in like fucking gas.
Yeah.
Just hope you don't have any open spots on your hand. That's gonna burn like hell.
It will.
Yeah.
You gonna give me a good here, Varnus?
I did.
Oh, I didn't hear it. Your mic didn't pick it up. Well, whatever! That just means he washed up after shooting her or changed his clothes. That's not
Reyes, you don't
possible.
get it. You can't wash off gunpowder that easy.
But it would be pretty pointless. Huh? His jacket and his left hand were blood-soaked when your officers found him. Would he really go through all the effort to get rid of something as subtle as gunpowder residue? Just to get the victim's blood all over himself afterwards? In light of these details, I'd like to formally request that you reconsider the charges Mr. Flat is facing as soon as possible.
Whoa.
They're faltering now. Should topple over at any moment. The letter was mostly icing on the cake for them. But that gun is all they had to link Carlos to any of the shootings. So if it looks like he never actually fired the gun... I'll admit things were a little dicey there at times, but once I was able to grasp the situation, the smaller pieces fell into place easily enough. Not my cleanest work by far, but overall I'd say... Did she get a message? Wait, did they actually
Wait.
Oh,
For the love of God, Mary!
I'm sorry, I get
Look.
so excited!
Look, you can voice him if you really badly want to, okay?
Sorry, go ahead.
Wait, did they actually manage to find it?
Something you'd like to share, Detective Reyes? You're good. Twisting the truth into knots, making the facts work for you. Thanks. But your luck just ran out. Because the net scrubbers found a cam active at the exact moment of the shooting, and right now, I'm staring at a photo of the killer. Wanna bet? A photo of the shooter. If she had that, we wouldn't still be talking. But I doubt she's just pulling this out of her ass. She's got something from the scrubbers.
Raised.
That's a bold bluff this late in the game, Detective. Especially when we both know that there was an optics blackout during the shooting. Well, that's just it. This isn't from optics. I should have figured she wouldn't make a claim that bold without something to back it up. Party's over, counselor. Feast your eyes on this. Well, okay, the quality is lacking, and yet there it is. They managed to find a quarter needle of evidence in a whole city block of haystacks. What are the goddamn chances? No, with the scale their tools operate on, I guess the chances are, as always, in their favor. Alright, this isn't good, but it's a far cry on the worst-case scenario I envisioned. You could even say I got lucky, which means the stakes are... well, it's a little bit...
Blurry.
Don't look at me, I didn't take the damn thing. Technically, no one took it. Looks like at the time of the shooting, a neighbor was on their phone. Is that a revolver in the hand? It looks like a semi-auto.
That looks
Yeah,
like a
that's
9mm.
That's not the right
The
kind
blinking.
of gun.
Probably... oh,
But also look at the clock.
No, but
Not
they
the right
also,
time.
No, but look, they mentioned that there's a gun that doesn't fire, that doesn't leave any residue. Bingo.
Probably
Right there.
venting about how crazy the couple across the way was acting. But their phone was on. And its camera was...
and so we managed to get this shot through the window. Where to begin? Far away, unfocused, ultra-low resolution, zoomed in, blurred, color shifted, and so compressed it looks like it's from another century. There are tools that could enhance this image any further, and I could count the pixels on one hand. And you could kiss its admissibility in court goodbye.
Rookie mistake, Reyes.
You can't honestly claim that you can identify my client from this image, and there's no way in hell you could get this past a judge.
Yeah, you're probably right. We couldn't. I think I know a DA that could. Either way, seems like your client's leaving this police station.
That photo. What the hell is happening to me?
Think I know a DA that could? Don't be so modest, old man. We have photo evidence of a left-handed shooter standing in the hallway at the same time the whole neighborhood heard a gunshot. And who
But
do
his
we
right
know
hand.
had their left hand fingerprints all over that gun? You're referring to my client. You think? We've established he wasn't wearing his modded arm at all tonight, so he must have shot with his left. Yes, and we've also established that he's weak with his left side. A left side that had no gunpowder whatsoever.
Forensics. Yeah. Forensics will never be perfect. Sometimes we miss. Sometimes you take a walk through the rain, and when you finally get where you were going, you somehow end up trapped. But that doesn't mean it didn't rain. Which is to say, poor judge or jury, photographic evidence outweighs the faults. Yeah.
Carlos is innocent. I know he is. But that photo shows a left-handed shooter. Carlos is innocent, that photo is real. If both are true, then that means that photo doesn't show what it appears to show. So, at
You
a
saw
loss...
the time it was at? Because
at a
remember
loss for
when the
words?
gunshot supposedly was.
Right.
Never. I'm just confused about one thing. Where was this photo taken from, exactly?
Exactly, professional data is usually only accurate to the nearest public route. If we DM on the phone's owner and ask them why,
Why bother with any of that? ballistics and common sense that tells us that the perp shot from the room's doorway.
But they also clearly have an arm in that photo.
The front
Yeah, they
entrance
clearly
of-
have both their arms.
The front entrance of the apartment faces to the south, and there's a hallway that runs back to the bedroom. We're looking straight at the shooter, so it's pretty obvious that this was taken from across the north window. From the north? If this is from the north, then why can we clearly see the... It's not that complicated. The neighbor who shot this must live on the other side of the street.
Look at the clock.
Yeah, that clearly doesn't say the correct time.
Yeah, that would be 8.
The neighbor who got the shot must live on the other side of the street. So
Wait,
we're
no, that would be 9. That would be 9. Never mind.
So we're looking into the bedroom from the north window. If she's wrong, I should seize on the opportunity to start turning the tide. Let me see the crime scene map again.
Also, the beat to the music here is absolutely
Now look
perfect.
for a clock.
North.
Alright. So we can't see a clock there. But we do know
Also,
where...
hold on, is the doorway in the north?
Door.
Doorway is,
Go back to the picture. Look at the
Doorway is
where's the
south.
doorway? Yeah.
Right.
So how
Not
do you,
north.
Yeah, no, they would definitely have found that. But there's no. Is there a window directly across from the door?
There isn't. She's wrong. The photo was taken from the west. I'm afraid that's simply not possible, Detective. This photo has to have been taken from the west. What kind of bluff is that supposed to be? The good detectives are misinformed here, and I need to take advantage of it. Time to press the initiative. The hell do you mean this was taken from the west? The autopsy tells us the victim was shot from the doorway. Your officer's ARC's data tells us the precise location of everything in the room at the time they arrived, and now your photo has shown us the exact moment of the shooting. And...
Monday, chill. Ready to eat?
Not yet.
You'll lose more credit, but answer correctly, and you can bank up for more credit for trickier hands down the line.
Wait, didn't she say her good eye is covered? No wonder she can't see what direction it is.
And altogether, that tells us this photo must have been taken through the west window, as long as you consider... Statement: mirror was upright, clock was on the wall, cushions in bed were neat. Do you think it's this one?
The other ones don't really make sense with what we're talking about.
Just take one look at the clock in that photo. The clock? What about it?
The clock, huh?
Seems like London's got an idea. If he's mistaken, I could pounce on it to keep my tempo high.
This photo was taken right before the shooting, so... You're trying to tell me the time of death.
He's wrong. The time of death is correct. That's a good question, Detective London. But the answer is no. The autopsy, the clock, and the neighbors all agree the time of death was 9 p.m.
Right, no mistake in that.
So then what the hell were you on about? There's a clock on the wall in this photo, analog style, and it reads 9 o'clock. 9 p.m., the time of the shooting. The hell's so special about that? Nothing. There's nothing odd about the time the clock reads, but do you remember there being a clock in the room? What?
Actually, I don't recall there being a clock.
That makes sense. You wouldn't recall seeing a clock. Because when the police secured the scene, the clock had already been knocked onto the floor. And the only clock in that room is in the northeastern corner, and my client has informed me that before the crime, it was hung up on the eastern wall. Like so. What the hell is that supposed to be?
There's one ugly drawing.
An artistic rendition.
It's, very distinct.
Thank you. I take pride in my artistic skills.
Imagine it's Carlos.
If you had information on how the crime scene was before the shooting, why didn't you just add that to the arcs? And show you my hand? Just because the discovery law compels us to share info, doesn't mean we have to play fair, detective. Slipped my mind. I'll do that now. The important thing is, the clock was on the eastern wall before the shooting occurred.
That's you, Varn.
This photo must be looking through the west.
Don't start getting ahead of yourself. The victim was shot at 9 p.m., the same time that this photo was taken of the shooter, but you want to claim that the clock's still on the eastern wall when it would have been knocked down during the fighting? You've got your logic backwards, detective. Your precious photo shows that the room was pristine at the time of the shooting, and there's one other piece of evidence that proves exactly how the cards fell.
We're speeding up.
The shards fell onto the victim.
Yeah.
Which wouldn't have happened if they were broken before that.
Glass shards? What about them? Nothing much, really. Only that they're on top of the victim's body. And not under it. If the glass fell on top of the victim's body, that would mean that she was dead on the ground before the room got trashed. But that
doesn't make any sense. Why would anyone trash the room afterwards?
It's a good question, Carlos. Luckily, it's the detective who have to delve into the minds of the criminally insane, and not us. Tell me, detectives, were there any signs of a struggle at the other crime scenes?
Other crime scenes?
No, nothing like that. This attack sort of been over in a matter of seconds.
So what did you think when you saw the mess in the bedroom? That this was personal and things had gotten complicated. Shit happens. Shit does happen, detective. But in this case, there seems to be it seems there's been a general misconception about the order in which shit happened. So what if the room didn't get tossed over until afterwards? He still shot her, and we have a photo right here. And I'm glad you do, detective, because that photo proves my client's innocence. Huh? Proving that it wasn't my client who pulled the trigger is difficult, and maybe more importantly for all of us, time-consuming. Thanks to your photo, I can instead prove that it couldn't have been my client who pulled the trigger, because the man in that photo can't possibly be Carlos. Like hell it can't! The glass shards prove the room was pristine at the time of the shooting, and we know that until the room was tossed, the clock was on the eastern wall, which means that this photo of the shooter was taken from the west. Back to this shit, that's impossible. The only hallway in this apartment runs from north to south. The only person with prints on the gun is your client, and the only fact that matters is he used it to murder 6 innocent people. You're a very honest person, detective. Excuse me. That's why you're such a shitty gambler.
Wait, didn't it know that she was bad at gambling?
It does!
Yes, it did.
It did! You've played your cards too early, and now I can steal the pot right from under you. You're right about the hallways and orientation. You're right about the prince. And this HK figure has claimed 6 lives. But we aren't looking at the hallway in this photo. What we're seeing is... the mirror.
A mirror.
Mirror.
Whoops.
What is that? You're trying the glass shards again? Sort of. By the way, do you recall where those glass shards came from? Yeah, sure, they came from a standing mirror.
You dumb bitch.
A mirror that, at the time...
Wait, can I say something?
It's a right-handed shooter, and he had no right hand!
Can I say something?
What?
That was...
I find it hilarious how London's just sitting there with his thumbs up his ass and not doing anything.
He's just watching. He's just there with popcorn watching the girls fight, and he's just offering it to Carlos like, hey.
That's what I was about to say. He offers something to Carlos, and Carlos is like, no thank you.
Yeah. All right, more for me, I guess.
It's like
a mirror that, at the time of the shooting, stood across from the room from the western window. But then, that would mean...
at that angle from that viewpoint,
it would reflect the hallway. So we're not seeing a shooter with a gun in their left hand. We're seeing a killer take aim with their right arm.
which Carlos doesn't have.
And as we all know, my client hasn't had a working right arm in a number of weeks, and he hasn't worn his rental since this morning. So I meant what I said about that photo. I'm glad that it was recovered, because it just proved that my client couldn't possibly have committed this crime.
We just made Reyes look dumb as hell.
Dumbass. Hey, Reyes, you want some popcorn?
No, I don't want some fucking popcorn! Fuck you, old man! Why aren't you helping? That should be the end of it. Except it looks like Detective Reyes really is a novice gambler. Sunk cost has got its teeth in her now, clawing her up her spine, whispering wounded pride in her ear.
Damn, that's good writing.
This is peak entertainment.
It's a cold...
Absolute cinema.
It's a cold sweat, hot palms kind of fever, the impotent, irrational fury of losing something you thought was guaranteed yours. But lucky for you, Detective, I'm well versed in shock therapy.
Ooh.
You look dissatisfied, Detective Reyes. That's one word for it. Then allow me to put a nice bow on everything for you. In summary, my client's so-called confession was just a note to self. The police found him in shock, reeling at the death of his girlfriend, and arrested him for being next to a gun he forensically couldn't have fired. After being confronted with these facts, you received photographic evidence of the exact moment of the shooting. And instead of utilizing said photo to track down the real killer, you claim it depicted my client, a man without the requisite limb, standing in an architecturally impossible hallway. That's... could have had a backup arm. He could have stolen one. A little stubbornness can be charming, but this kind of desperation is ugly. It's getting late. Time to bare my fangs a bit. That's
And
the
now
best.
he takes
Damn.
That's the best you've got. Even a bare-bones prosthetic off the black market needs to be attended to an individual's nervous system.
Ew.
He'd have to bring it in a clinic, which would have left a record on his shoulder OS. A record you won't find, and he'd still have to have somehow gotten rid of it before the police arrived. SOP at the sign of a violent crime calls for full spectrum scanning of the entire building and 100 meters around it minimum. So where, Detective Reyes, did he manage to hide a cybernetic arm from your drones in the time between the shooting and his arrest?
Bang, bang. You're dead.
Well? Any objections?
Cornered animal.
Detective? God damn it!
Hell yeah.
Nice try, rookie.
How we won.
Show me your hand flat.
You're uncuffing me?
In light of the evidence, we have no reason to hold you.
Now I gotta go call the DA.
Hey, isn't there something you want to say first?
And tell her I made a mistake.
Not we made a mistake, huh? Listen, kid, you should know.
Detective?
Smart you have thoughts. But hey, your attorney's a real tiger. Just fought like him. Make sure you think her properly. Public defense doesn't pay that well.
Yeah.
You know what I'm starting to think?
What?
I think London used to be a defense attorney.
So, like, he knew the whole time. So, like, he knew the whole time that Reyes was a dumbass?
That's
Yeah,
kind
and I
of
think he didn't say anything. 'Cause I think he's meant to be the Miles Edgeworth of this game, potentially.
That's kind of you to say, Detective. But my work is its own reward.
I feel exactly the same way.
What happens now? You think that lady would kill me if I asked her to say sorry?
Didn't know poker experience could help with in a criminal investigation. The more you know. Yep. I love this. It's like we brought a little bit of kakeguri into it too.
I still need to watch that.
I'm putting together flamethrowers right now.
Thanks for dropping in, Minos. I'll have to speak with the DA about the dismissal. And there's still some paperwork we need to go through. But basically, you're free to go. Congrats. You get to leave the casino with your kneecaps intact.
Yay? But what am I supposed to do?
The detectives will continue their investigation.
Their investigation into heartbreak, huh?
Yes.
My home.
When the authorities are satisfied with their examination of the body, she'll be handed over to the next of kin. And then you can make funeral arrangements.
No, that's not what Diane being gone is bad enough. But a serial killer? It's like she died of the flu. It doesn't happen anymore.
People die of the flu all the time, but I know what you mean. Let's go gambling! Aw, dang it. Aw, dang it. Aw, dang it. Aw, dang
I don't have
it.
that on the soundboard, I'm sorry.
I can't make sense of it. Mostly because I'm stupid. So what am I supposed to do?
Hell if I know. There are some contacts I could give you. Services, professionals, doctors.
No, you've done more than enough for me. When you got here, I was too tired to even defend myself. to try and convince them that I didn't. You saved me. Thank you.
You're welcome, Carlos, but it's my job to...
No, I mean, thank you for not asking. For not asking if I killed her.
Oh, Carlos, I didn't need to ask. I knew you were innocent from the start. Of course he was. After all.
Yo?
I was joking about it! I was joking! I was fucking...
You predicted it, you bitch! What
No!
Somebody clip that shit!
What the fuck?
Oh my god! Why?
I called it! I called it! I was like, hey, wouldn't it be funny if the main character was really the Heartbreak Killer? And... Someone clip that! Someone clip that! Someone clip that! Someone fucking clip that! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh, spoiler tags! Spoiler tags! Oh my god!
Slice it so that it goes from the scene where we were talking about that what if thing, and then I need you to then immediately have it transition over to this.
Oh,
I would need to learn how to do
that.
Oh
my god!
We'll find a way. Just clip both parts so that we have them for the future to do that splicing. Okay.
I gotta download.
Right.
I gotta download the fucking VOD for this. Holy shit!
Oh my god.
Oh.
Wait, you don't download your VODs?
I do download my VODs. I do download my VODs. Yeah.
You upload them to YouTube ever? Or...
Yes, I do.
Yes, she does.
I always upload my VODs to YouTube.
I got it set up.
I can grab those two clips from the VOD later.
Yeah.
Holy shit. We have to tell Avis.
Wait. Hold on. I gotta.
Let's just send her the clip.
God damn it. I fucking... What the hell is going on here? I'm the killer!
Woo.
No, I love how it's like after all, and then this, and then just all of us screaming together. Oh my god.
And I was like joking about, hey, wouldn't it be so funny if Morgan was the real killer? And then fucking...
And then after all...
Hey, babe.
Boom.
What?
So kind of perfect timing. I just finished
Get
putting
the
that together. Timers.
No! Confiscated! Are you okay?
I'll be okay if you give
Robbed.
me my phone.
Okay. Let's get on with the story.
That was crazy, dude.
I think she is a robot.
The blood's always different.
Really?
Heart's
Did
always...
she get away with it?
I think she did.
Oh.
Heart's always in the same place. Easy to find, hard to miss.
I think she's a robot.
Is always different. A flowering stain, unfurling towards an invisible sun. A perfectly unique bloom, only one for each of us. A Rorschach test with a singular universal meaning, vitality at its climax. Bursting forth into a red fractal consisting solely of an infinite, the end. But the comical thud of a body hitting the floor has its own kind of lowbrow appeal.
I think that's where we should call a wrap for today.
What the fuck, Neri?
Neri, I think we should call it a wrap for today.
No, I have to see this. Bullet number 6 of 6. The gun's empty. It's
only 7 o'clock.
useless to me now.
Oh,
May
yeah.
as well leave it. Feels like a waste, but whatever. Finding the ammo was almost enough of a hassle to outweigh the advantages. I could sell an untagged gun for a fair bit of cash, but cash can't buy you peace of mind. Oh, don't look so surprised, lady. Moping around in the dark in here? Must have only been able to see my silhouette. Did she think I was her boyfriend? Back for an encore of that enthralling conversation? Can't ask her now. Hey!
Hey!
That's you, that's right. Yeah,
You hear that?
these old pieces are so goddamn loud. And people aren't even familiar enough with the sound anymore to know to run the other way. Probably aroused half the neighborhood. But I didn't even see anything I could use even as a partial suppressor on the way in. Could they really not afford some pillows?
Actually worked.
I used the other 5 bullets in outdoor spaces, in small spheres of blind opportunity that the city's eyes couldn't think to pierce. Cramped places, usually full of trash, but this room, as cheap as it looks, is at least clean, well organized even. So the corpse adds a certain satisfying contrast. Except, there's shit on the floor. By
Sorry.
the window, there are broken pieces of something fragile and tacky.
Oh, you know what?
It's fine. It's just one thing out of place. Actually, it's not fine. It's actually really irritating. I kick over the stupid goddamn mirror.
God.
5 perfect crime scenes, each of them. Not a speck of evidence, nothing to go on. And for the final shot, there just has to be some pile of shit in the corner, ruining everything! I kick the wall. Something falls from it, probably more tasteless bullshit. I toss over the chair, knock the urn, tear into the sheets with my frustration to try and savor the shredding. If it can't be clean, I'll just have to lean into the messy angle. At least it'll be consistent.
What do you think, Neri?
I think she's Neri if Neri actually committed crime.
I do actually commit crime.
No, Neri, do you know what I mean?
Crime.
I really think she's a robot.
This was all so stupid.
Robot attempting to feel human.
Honestly, I'm not the ego-driven type. In fact, I pride myself on my humility. Now, was it satisfying when the first 3 went down with single shots? Yes. But so what? I'm not made of stone. After that, I did start to actively aim for the heart, but... Heartbreak killer? Really? Don't people have anything better to do with their time? What kind of miserable, lifeless voyeurs would obsess over something that's none of their business? All of the threads and breakdowns and the goddamn theory crafting, and all for the heartbreak killer. Sounds like a soap opera villain from a season where the writers were on strike. I'd feel insulted by the label, but no, that's someone else's name. They came up with it. They spread it. They marketed it. Heartbreak's got nothing to do with me. He's just some reclusive, lonely, socially impotent loser who shot 6 people because... Well, I'm sure people will come up with something. That he got rejected one too many times or whatever. Me, I killed those people because I saw them and I wanted to. And I've killed a lot more than just 6. At least the room is thoroughly trashed now. If I had just walked away after seeing that mess by the window, it would have irritated me to no end. And now that it doesn't match the MO of the last 5 perfectly, it'll irritate the cops to no end instead. Good riddance, Heartbreak. You enjoy your 15 minutes in the spotlight. Really savor it. I'm
Maybe like
going
at least
home.
Simpson, man.
The air's weighty tonight. Thick energy. A heavily foreshadowed summer rain I can feel on every hair. They call this kind of humidity oppressive, but I disagree. The warm tension on your skin, like in those short moments just after the shower turns off, when the steam lingers. Yeah, it's always most comfortable right afterwards. Maybe there's no disagreement to be had. Oppressive things can be comforting too. Only the guilty ones run. I don't know about that. But I know I've never felt guilty about any of this, and I walk.
Lonely road.
Just to walk right back.
Alright. Now,
Sorry.
I think that is where we're gonna end it.
Holy shit.
Holy. Damn, we almost said that at the same
God.
time.
God fucking
Oh!
damn it. Okay, hold on. Let's,
This opened with some heat, boy.
Alright, I gotta get going.
Me too.
Though I got work tomorrow. See y'all around.
Okay, bye-bye.
Yeah. Sorry, my left's still a little wet.
God,
That was crazy.
that was crazy.
I will scour the VOD and I will
my
get those
God.
2 clips.
Oh, fuck! Fuck me! Fuck me sideways. Fuck me left, right, up, down, in the pussy, in the ass, in the mouth. Fuck me in every conceivable fuck me in every conceivable fucking position. How did I fucking call that as a goddamn one-off joke?
I mean, I've done that before, but that one was beyond me.
I mean, you know what it was? It was like all those ominous cutaways she had, and I'm like, it was just like, I was just going off vibes, and I'm like, wouldn't it be funny if Morgan was actually the killer? And then Morgan was the fucking killer! Oh my God.
And I didn't say it, but I said to myself, watch, she'll be fucking right.
Oh my God. Okay. Alright. Let's find...
Woo.
Let's
I
find
think Arya's
some...
on.
Oh, Arya's on? You think we should
so.
raid... No, Doski Lee is also on. Arya or... Oh, and so is
up to you.
Triss the Dragon. Let me see if Arya's on. I don't see Arya on... Oh, Ari Aries is on. I don't see Arya Starlight.
Hold on. Let me double check myself so I'm not a liar. She was on earlier. I can check.
Oh no, Arya is on. I see her now.
I learned from a nap.
Hey, Thea. Holy fuck.
You missed some crazy shit.
You missed some crazy fucking shit, Thea. Oh my God. Oh my fucking God. That... Who made this game? Hold on. I'm sorry. I have to see who made this game. Fucking, Nth Circle Studios? You fucking got me. You fucking got me.
What did I miss?
You'll have to watch the VOD.
You're gonna have to go over the VOD.
Neri did a thing. Let's put it that way. Neri did a thing.
I did
The
a
whole
thing.
Just for that, I'm not gonna watch the VOD now. I'm just gonna look up synopsis of the game.
The whole thing.
Oh.
Well, we're gonna clip it too, so,
It will show up in the Discord.
yeah. Alright, so, who do we raid? I think I raided Ari Aries recently. I think it's been a while. I think I raided Arya Starlight recently. I know I raided Starberry Moose yesterday. I guess I will send you all to Ari Aries.
Hold on, I've got a friend you could raid.
Oh, you got a friend?
Yep.
I do like sending my channel to new friends.
It's a friend of mine and my buddy Ortis's. Phil Meyer Echoes.
Can you send me the link?
Yep, I got you. 1 sec.
All right. I guess we'll raid
That
them
was
then.
crazy.
That
That was crazy.
That was fucking... We were all screaming.
Yeah.
Come in.
Yeah, I think it's him.
God fucking damn it. God fucking damn it.
Dude,
God
I'm just agreeing.
fucking damn it. Ah! All right,
I think the what was it yesterday that I showed up for the stream and somebody brought up that I'm just here after you mentioned pronouns. I was like, I'm just here, man.
Oh, yesterday was Renai Bakudan. That's right. Minos was even Minos was screaming. Oh, God.
Just here, man.
Oh, God. Oh, I am gonna need to have a lie down after that. Holy fuck!
The mental gymnastics today.
God damn. Okay, Thea,
How do you do that?
I'm still waiting.
There you go, Mary.
Okay, where's the link?
I DM'd it to you.
You DM'd it? Okay. Okay, I see it. I see it. All right. So, everybody, this is where we're gonna end for the night. And I want you all to be good to yourselves, be good to each other, be good to Felmeyer Echoes, who is currently who I'm gonna be sending you all to, and if you're gonna commit a murder in a surveillance state, make sure you're capable enough to get away with it. And as always, be gay, do crime, and I'll see you all next time. Bye!
Peace.